Oh, sorry. I was tweeting out the stream. Also, I sneezed a bit, so now it's like, ugh. Like, I'm not sick. I was sick last week, but I just sneezed a bit, so I'm a bit sniffly. Hello, Lucas. Welcome. Also, I just woke up. I took a nap before the stream. I slept like at 5, and then I had an alarm. But of course, I slept through all my alarms. Then when I woke up, it was like 18 minutes past 7. I was like, oh god, better stream. So now I'm here. Well, if I'm a little groggy, that's why. Alright, so this is... 1 second. Okay, so this is a game... Wait, you can still see my cursor. I don't think you need to see my cursor for this one, probably. Okay, now you can't see my cursor. But this game is a game set in like 80s Hong Kong, 1988 Hong Kong, and it's between two ladies. Hello, Reaper the Sleeper. Welcome. Let me read the description of the game. It says, A Summer's End is a visual novel set in 1980s Hong Kong. It tells of a love story between two women. Lush and vibrant visuals, this game features over 400 unique hand-drawn artwork inspired by Asian cinema and 1980s anime. Yeah. That's the description. Alright, we'll just start. Oh hey, VHS. That's kinda neat. Oh, it's got a VHS filter. In a visual novel game? Oh, okay, they removed it. Okay, hold on. Let me just... Okay. When I think of my life... Okay. What I have, and what I've accomplished, I think I'm quite content with what it is. I had a comfortable upbringing thanks to the hard work of my parents. I had a very typical family. My father worked to support the household, and my mother was a homemaker. You could say I was a spoiled child. I went to a private school. Whatever toys, clothes, or snacks I could have asked for, my father would have bought it for me. 80s Hong Kong is such a cool setting. Yeah! When this game came out, I bought it, and I didn't play it. That's gonna be a trend for a lot of my games. Because I thought 80s Hong Kong would be cool setting. I was a princess. My parents had grown up quite poor after the war. When my father was a young man, he came to Hong Kong by himself from the mainland countryside to find work. He had lost contact with his family during those tumultuous times after the war and the political upheavals that followed. My father had worked his way up from a man doing odd jobs day and night until he eventually became a successful restaurant owner. My mother came from a large family. She wasn't given the opportunity to complete her schooling. Wait, I don't think you can hear the audio. It's quite soft. Hold on, let me bump up the audio real quick. It's quite soft for me too, I'm surprised. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, return. She had to quit school at 14 and work to support her family. She had worked many years as a waitress before meeting my father. I suppose the sharp contrast between my upbringing compared to that of my parents was partly their desire to give me a childhood better than theirs. And I think it was a good childhood that they gave me, a storybook childhood. When I was in Form 4 of high school, I received tragic news which would change my family forever. I remember it vividly, being a sunny bright blue day in September. I was in good spirits. It was warm and clear outside. Classes had just restarted after summer vacation, and we students were chattering away during the lunch hour about what we've done during the summer. I was in mid-recital of a well-rehearsed story about my summer trip to Taiwan when my teacher had asked me to step out. It had been the first trip I had ever made with my family on an airplane, so I was quite excited to share the details of my trip to my classmates. I've never done anything that would require an interdisciplinary meeting with the principal, so to be singled out like that, my heart dropped. I feared that it was some kind of family emergency. I was worried. I got up from my desk and missed the stares of my classmates, and I followed my teacher out of the room. I found it had been my mother who was waiting to meet me in the school hallway. She was pale. Her perfectly permed hair was frizzy. I knew that something was wrong, but even then she couldn't tell me exactly what happened. It was my teacher who told me I was excused from afternoon classes, and that I should accompany my mother to meet my father in the hospital. Thinking back, I don't think I ever finished telling my friends how I made my family walk from Rao He night market to Ningxia night market and getting my family lost along the way. Sorry, I'm a little sniffly. Okay. My young and naive self had vastly underestimated the walking distance between the two places, but my parents had indulged in my wishes. It became a long and languid walk filled with laughter and memorable discoveries, much more than a quick car ride would have ever been. It'll be a private memory I'll treasure always in my heart. I left the school with my mother. She called for a cab to take us to the hospital. We sat in silence for the entire duration of the car ride. My mother had always been a type-lit person, never saying anything more than necessary. I wanted her to reassure me that everything would be okay, but that would have been asking too much from her. My mother was not an emotionally strong person. It was my father who had been a pillar of support in my family. I had such a foreboding feeling in my heart. I remember feeling so nauseous during that car ride. There was so much traffic that day. There was an accident on one of the arterial roads, creating havoc for traffic. It was supposed to be a 10-minute ride, but because of the accident, it became a 60-minute trip. When we arrived at the hospital, my father had already been pronounced dead. If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have gotten out of the car and walked. And we might have been able to see him before he passed away. But who would ever predict such things? I couldn't be too hard on myself on this part. There was not anything we could have done for my father then. My father had been in a car accident en route to meet a business partner. His vehicle was in mid-turn, and unbeknownst to my father, an oncoming truck ran the red light. It was just unfortunate. It was truly a terrible turn of events. My father died that September afternoon. I wish I could have said goodbye. The next station is Central, interchange station for the Blue Island line. Oh hey, we're heading up the subway. My carefree youth had ended then. My mother too was never quite the same. She became much more anxious and protective of me, understandably so. Perhaps if my father was still around, I wouldn't be the same person that I am now. I was too childish, too naive. I didn't realize how much of a spoiled child I was. I knew I had to change myself. For the sake of my mother and the memory of my father, I had to become independent and self-reliant. I plunged myself into study to keep my thoughts preoccupied from the reality of our situation. Thank you, Apex Demon. Welcome. We no longer had family trips. Our table for 3 became a table for 2. My mother sold my father's business, his car, and boxed up his belongings. We moved into a smaller house. My widowed mother didn't want to take over my father's business. She was afraid of being surrounded by too many reminders of my father's death. I never did learn how to drive. But even in death, my father still provided support for us. My father had taken out a sizable life insurance policy before his death, as if he had known something was going to happen. My widowed mother was able to use that money to send me to university and afford a modest home in Kowloon. She could continue her lifestyle as a homemaker, and I could continue to direct my focus toward my studies. It was as if we could live our lives the same way whether or not my father was still alive. It frustrated me deeply how well we could adjust ourselves after his death. So I kept pushing myself. I didn't have any particular aspirations. I just didn't want to be someone that would bring shame to my family. I wanted to be someone that would make them proud. I had kept myself fully engaged with study and whatever interaction I had with my peers and whatever interaction I had with my peers already seemed like such a distant memory. Even now at the age of 23, it feels as if my days of being young had long passed. But it's not like I studied fortuitously without aim or purpose. My efforts were rewarded when my academic standing proved sufficient to land me an esteemed secretarial job at an international publishing firm shortly upon graduation. 80s Hong Kong girls of VN, someone cooked here. Exactly! Someone cooked real hard. I was a secretary in title, but not in normal sense. I answer only and directly to my supervisor. I handle whatever task she asks of me. It can be challenging work sometimes, but I feel fairly competent at what I do. I thought that now my effort had finally produced something of an achievement. My modest success can be attributed to the work ethic that my father had instilled in me. He had always put his family first and gave his best effort each day to his work. If my father is in heaven, watching over me, I hope he can see this and be proud. There's so many art already just walking through the districts. My days at the office are like a marathon day after day. Each day will have its own set of challenges. A typical day is as follows. I arrive at work. I note down with complete accuracy the minutes of the daily morning meeting. Once that's finished, I proceed to schedule appointments for our business clients and our marketing staff. Sooner or later, lunchtime rolls in. I'll have the usual meal of BBQ pork rice at the nearby family restaurant. Whether I leave late or early, take out or dine in, the wait in line for the lunch rush is always the same. After a quick break, I'm back to the daily grind of work. I'll continue working on my reports. From here on, the flow of time speeds up. I'll continue receiving calls and letters from clients. I take great care to make appropriate correspondence with them all. I can spend several hours at my computer desk without knowing that the sun had already set outside. A day's work will usually finish close to 8 p.m. I'll tidy up and leave my completed reports on my supervisor's desk for her to review in the morning. It will usually be dark outside when I begin my commute home from work. Okay, hold on. So sniffly. That's what I get for sneezing. I walk back to the station from my office. I pass by hundreds of people in a rush to their own destinations. I walk quickly or else I'll be pushed back to wait for the later train. As soon as I step onto the train, the flow of time slows to a crawl. The train ride is our reprieve. We have no control over how slow or fast it'll take us to our destinations. Oh, even if you can see, even the text box has like 80s pattern to it, but very subtle. I rest my eyes on the train. I will have journeyed through the entire center. I will have journeyed through the center of the earth and back by the time I need to disembark. Oh, that's a nice little apartment. On a typical day, I'll arrive home by 9 p.m. My mother will be waiting for me with a hot meal and we'll have our dinner together. After eating, if I am in a mood, perhaps I'll continue reading my book or join my mother watching television. Whatever I choose to do for leisure, fatigue always comes quickly to me. I'll shower and prepare for the next day. Working life blues. Once I place my head on the pillow, it's lights out. I slip into the unconscious world in an instant. The sun rises. The next day repeats. A day without incident is what I call a good day. Like the clockwork accuracy of the subway system, I like to structure my day in a timetable precise to the minute. A single minute can change the flow of the entire day. If you miss one bus, it can lead to missing every other connection. A 5-minute delay can become a 30-minute delay, especially with the compounding congestion and traffic of modern city living. It's important to treasure every single minute. Though sometimes, despite your best efforts, there are things that occur beyond your own foresight. Today was a day with incident. The usual overhead walkway leading to my office was closed for maintenance. All foot traffic was diverted to other routes. I had to make quite a detour to reach my building. In a hurry, I had a notice when one of my heels had caught on the sewer grid, and lo and behold, ah, dang it! That's annoying when that happens. Hello, Mau Mau, welcome. When I rushed to take my next step, the heel had snapped cleanly off my shoe. My beautiful heels! Briar, new collection. Comfortable to wear and stylishly formal? It costs a month's paycheck, but it was an investment towards success. To break it in such a way, of course I was upset. It was entirely unsalvageable. And to add insult to injury, I had to hobble my way into the nearest convenience store and purchase a pair of embarrassingly homely sandals to wear. The day was already turning out to be a disaster. I bet she's gonna get laughed at work. I had worn these conspicuous sandals into work, and because of that, I was the receiving end of much teasing from my coworkers. Even the newest hire felt he could approach me and make a joke about the kitchen slippers on my feet. Today I earned a new nickname at the office, Slippers Chong. I didn't know how long it would take to live this down. I resolved to never make such a mistake again. This incident had set my whole day off. I was frazzled. I fumbled with the phone and Xerox machine. My usual 0.01% error rate in transcribing and typing had more than tripled. Today might have been the longest workday ever. I had to get it together. My supervisor, Mrs. Tam, noticed my distress and pulled me aside. Mrs. Tam personally hired me as her secretary, saying that I reminded her of her younger self. Mrs. Tam is a remarkable woman. She facilitated the rapid growth of her company for the past 20 years. If there's something she's more passionate about other than money-making, it had to be shoes. She herself is an aficionado of designer shoes. There's a rumor among my colleagues that she has a closet filled with over 10,000 pairs of luxury market shoes. I have never seen her wear the same shoe twice, so it is a rumor founded with reason. It would be a dream come true to see such a collection with my own eyes. Anyway, I digress. Mrs. Tam recommended I have the shoe repaired at a cobbler in Mongkok. She said their prices are very reasonable and they could flawlessly fix any shoe within an hour. I took down her directions. I made it my mission to have it fixed as soon as possible so I could put this embarrassment behind me. If Mrs. Tam recommended the shoe cobbler, he must be no ordinary shoe cobbler. After what was an embarrassingly long work day on my feet, I made my way to the shoe cobbler in Mongkok. Unfortunately for me, it was a busier day than usual on the train. I had to endure a number of stares from people on the train eyeing my pink slippers. Mind your own business! I hurried off the train as soon as I could. Oh my god! This is Hong Kong, alright? Or China in general. All the neon lights and bright neon lights and stuff. And stepped into another crowded place. I don't normally frequent this area as I find navigating its busy crowds and labyrinth of shops and stalls such an ordeal every time I visit. It was certainly busy tonight as it always was. Okay, hold on. Now the audio is a little loud. Okay, back. The amount of people on the streets, the smells, and the sounds can be overwhelming. I tried to find my bearings. The cobbler shouldn't be that far from the station exit according to my supervisor. I looked again at the directions that were dictated to me by Mrs. Tam. Take the east exit and walk toward the convenience store across the street. Continue past the convenience store and look for a bakery. Go past the bakery and take a left at the convent. How does she remember this? Continue down the road until you reach a pharmacy and turn right. The cobbler should be at the next street corner. I scratched my head. The landmarks indicated certainly would have applied to any other place. With some effort, I was able to find the shoe cobbler in a back alley a bit away from the main thoroughfare. It was a small store tucked in the street corner. Shoe repair service. The lights were on, but the gates appeared closed, however. Oh, that's us. We're called Michelle. I thought Mrs. Tam said it was open till late. After all the time it took me to find this place. There's a sign that reads call for service. There's no number listed. There's no buzzer either. Am I supposed to just yell? Well, I've already come this far. Excuse me. Vaporwave moment. Yeah, Vaporwave 𝒂𝒒𝒐. Let me know if it's too loud. I thought I heard rustling sounds. Is there anyone there? Excuse me? I listened in. There were sounds of a TV or a radio coming from within the close-up shop. I heard sounds of a person shuffling from inside the store. I think that's the love interest. I think so. A woman soon appeared out of the closed gates. She had the look of someone who would describe herself as an artist. Her permed hair was styled to look intentionally messy. Garish plastic rings dangled from her ears with impunity, never appearing to get caught in her long hair. She wore a graphic t-shirt under faded jean overalls. I didn't recognize the image on her shirt. I suppose it was the logo of a brand I didn't know. She didn't appear young enough to be a teenager, though she dressed like a valley girl out of an American movie. Her face was much too lean, and her eyes too sharp. She was taller than me, too. I took a good look at her shoes. They were off-white canvas sneakers with a mark on their rubber sole. I began to question Mrs. Sam's choice of recommendation. Oh, customer! Wait, just a moment. How am I supposed to do the voices when they're both girls? Are you the cobbler? Who, me? Haha, no. I'm Sam, his daughter. Oh, yeah, that's definitely the love interest. Maybe Michelle should have a more uppity voice. But then, the narration would have an uppity voice. Okay, we were just watching replays of the World Cup game. I'm sorry to disturb you. Not at all. What brings you here? A broken shoe, or is it a broken heart? I offer consultations for both. Huh? The woman winked at me. I was confused. Was I at the right place? I was about to excuse myself when a man came out from the half-open stall. He had a reliable look to him. This is your dad? Hey, don't scare off my customers. Sorry, young lady. I'm the owner of this store, Mr. Wong. My daughter is quite nosy and likes to talk nonsense. Don't mind her. I see. Put in Valley Girl accent for love check. I don't think I can do a Valley Girl accent, and she doesn't strike me as a Valley Girl accent type, even though she dresses like, they say she dresses like one. Are you dropping those shoes off in your bag to be fixed? Hello, 𝑺𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒕𔒔, welcome. Yes, that's right. I broke the heel on this one. Do you think it can be fixed? Oh, what a nice shoe! It must have been so expensive. I feel like all the voices, or the voice I'm known for is not good. I'm thinking. Maybe I should just do the fancy voice. Should I just do the fancy voice? Like what I usually do? Like, oh, what a nice shoe. It must have been so expensive. Like something like that. Yes, it'll be such a shame to throw it out. Let me see. Oh, this? It'll be an easy fix. I can make it as good as new. I'll have it done in under an hour. Really? Then I'll leave them with you. Thank you very much. That's my master cobbler of a father for you. What? Wong Ka-yan, you should go back to your own store already. After I've come so far to visit you? You can visit me anytime. Alright, I'll get going. It's about dinner time anyway. If it's alright with you, I'll come back later tonight to pick up the shoes. Of course. Excuse me? Bye. The shoe cobbler has quite an odd daughter. What did she mean by consultation? Well, anyway, I'm sure it didn't mean anything, probably just her eccentric sense of humor. I came here to have my shoes fixed. All I can do now is wait. I have to put my trust in Mrs. Tam and the cobbler she recommended. Well, what should I do while waiting? Wait, was quick save. I suppose I can look at some of the shops in this area. It's been a while since I've taken my time to look around here. Ah, that's right, I could look at the pet stores. There's a few nearby. I glanced at my watch and made a mental note of the time. I'll make my way back to the cobbler in an hour. Afterwards, I'll catch the express bus directly home. It shouldn't take much effort at all to pass an hour waiting here, I thought. There was a street where a few pet stores were next to one another. I looked at a few storefronts. I chuckled to myself. Nothing much has really changed since then. The kittens at the window display were curled up together in a ball sleeping. How adorable. And the puppies? One chased his own tail round and round in a circle. Another one wagged her tail and barked at me when I made eye contact with her. Very cute. I'm much too busy to take care of a pet now. But when I was a small child, having a pet seemed like an essential thing for my happiness. I would ask my mother and father if I could take home a kitten or a puppy whenever we passed by one of these pet stores. I used to tell my parents that it was so pitiful for these animals to be caged and put on display like this, and better for their welfare if I could take one home to love and care for. But a pet was the one thing my parents didn't fully indulge me with. My mother would not hear any of it. My father compromised and got me a turtle. Got her anything. I didn't think much favorably towards the turtle. My poor pet turtle. I'm sorry I didn't treat you with much love. It was my father who cared for you then. I stepped inside one of the stores. The sound of splashing water from the aquarium tanks brought back childhood memories of when I was a small child and my father would hold me up in his arms to look at the fish. My eyes would light up with wonder at all the colorful fish swimming and darting around the tank. I walked further into the store. Alright, I'm sniffly again. Oh, goldies. Yeah, goldfishes. Cause you're into fish, right, Elite Trainer? My eyes followed the contrasting oranges and reds of schooling fish against the blue. I didn't know how long I must have stared at the tanks. The deep blue of the fish tanks was something you could get lost in. Over the steady hum of the ultraviolet aquarium lights, I heard the sound of the door chime. I saw the same woman from the shoe cobbler step into the pet store. She looked to her left and right. She appeared to be looking for something. I love all animals. Yeah, animals are good. Well, whatever it wasn't any of my business. I looked the other way. There were goldfish on display. Some had eye sacs that bulged out of their heads. These features seemed more of an impediment to their swimming ability than something of an aesthetic value. I caught my own reflection in the glass tank. I suppose my swollen eyes weren't that different. I had been looking at a computer monitor all day. I should put on an iPad when I get home. Something mustard yellow appeared in front of my eyes. It was a reflection of that woman's earrings against the glass. My eyes instinctively followed her movements. She walked past me. She had the store attendant bag something from one of the tanks in the back of the store. Then, holding her bag, she walked over to the fish food section of the store and seemed to contemplate a long time over which fish pellets she should purchase. She had to give each container a hard shake, as if the sound of the rattling pellets was a factor to consider in her decision-making. She ended up picking the larger of the two containers. What a strange person. I saw her look my way. I turned around quickly. I didn't want her to think I was staring. Oh, this is so cute! When I looked up again, I saw her standing across from me. Our eyes met. There was a moment of pause between us. I didn't know if I should talk to her. It's not like we knew each other. She thought otherwise, and she smiled as if she had found an old friend. She waved at me, her animated gesture not at all phasing the fish in the tanks. Young lady, she stepped around to stand beside me. Are you buying goldfish? Huh? No, I'm just passing time while waiting. I see. You're from the shoe cobbler, right? Is something the matter? Oh no, I was just buying fish food. I see. The thought came to me when I saw you and I thought I should ask. There's this place I like nearby. Would you like to get something to eat with me? Huh? Wait. We save. Should we make her pay? I don't know. I'll just say that's fine. That's fine. Us having dinner together? Yes, you're waiting for your shoe and have some time to spare, right? I am, but I'm sure you're a busy person. No, don't worry, I'm running some errands for my dad, so I have to go back to the cobbler later anyway. She had a bag of something fishy. What pet food had to do with the cobbler, I did not know. I was thinking of getting some takeout, but you know, food is always better dining in and shared. Right. When you're alone, they always seat you at a big table with other strangers anyway. I'm a stranger too, though. So if you don't mind, would you like to eat together? I don't really want to be a bother to you. No, I insist. By the time we finish eating, your shoes will be ready too. Is this a technique for this girl to swindle me? If you want something else, that's okay too. There's a lot of food stalls around here. I can show you the good ones. It's fine, you don't have to. Alright, then it's settled. Let's go to the restaurant. Just like that? She linked my arm with hers and led me to a diner across the road. I tried to decline her politely, but I could not utter a strong enough reason to avoid her. It was forward and uncouth of her to push me around like that, but I hazarded to say anything to her about it. I wanted to get home as quickly as possible without any fuss or hassle. If I have to go along with this, then so be it. My poor shoes were already being held hostage by this weird woman. Sniffly. I can't read the words. Okay. I was led into a small Hong Kong-style diner. It was an unremarkable restaurant. A dinner like this could be found in any district around Hong Kong. Sam pulled out a remarkably colorful plastic chair out for me. I hesitantly took my seat. I observed her set her mysterious bag down on the table as if it was a normal and everyday thing to do. She handed me a menu that she grabbed from the next table over. I quickly glanced at it. The menu items were typical. I wasn't thinking of eating much. I was more concerned about the bag she brought from the pet store. An outer, opaque paper bag shielded her aquatic purchase from glances of other restaurant patrons. I was bewildered. She treated it like a purchase from the vegetable market, setting it on the table like that. I kept my handbag close to my side. Before I could continue with my thoughts, a waitress came over to take our order. Have you decided? Order as you please. Give me a moment. Alright, I'll order first. I'll get the beef brisket with rice noodles. I'll add a milk tea with that. Oh, and I'll get the chef's salad for takeout. That's it for me. I'll order the clubhouse sandwich. Anything to drink? The tea is fine, thank you. Eating a sandwich for dinner. This place is known for their beef brisket. I don't like to eat too much after 9 p.m. If you have too many carbohydrates in the late night, you'll gain weight easily, you know. Really? Is that true? I eat late every day. Well, maybe not for you. The waitress came back and placed on the table her order of milk tea. The cobbler's daughter proceeded to pour a whole sachet of sugar into the already sugary drink without tasting it first. She stirred in the sugar and took a sip. She reached for another sugar packet and was about to tear it open before she stopped herself. I must have made a face unconsciously. I think it's fine as long as you eat in moderation. You should eat more, in fact. You want some of my brisket? No thank you. I'm not that hungry. Do you work in an office? Those heels you dropped off were really impressive. Yes. I work in a publishing company as a secretary. And oh well. Well, anyway, well, anyone would figure your suit really gives it away. It's not like being an OL is something to hide. I think OL is office lady. Absolutely. It's too bad your shoe broke. Your sandals right now really don't match your getup. Are you making fun of me? No, I just think it's really interesting. An OL wearing bright pink kitchen slippers to work. How refreshingly empowering. Empowering? What do you mean by that? Like someone who can command the attention of the whole room. It was an accident that I broke my It was an accident that I broke my heels on my way to work. These slippers were just a replacement. Please don't try to categorize me as something based on one thing. Well, you still went around town with them. That's gutsy. I would have picked something less conspicuous to wear instead. It's not like I had time to find something else to wear. Alright, let's leave it at that. Say, do you have an aquarium? Huh? You were looking at the goldfish earlier. Oh. No, I just looking at the animals. I see, that's cute. Cute. Can I ask you then? Are you a cat person or a dog person? Can I say neither? I'm neither. Neither. Not picking sides, huh? Why did you ask? It's nothing really, I just wanted to make light conversation. I see. Do you keep any pets? I saw you bought fish food. I don't. The fish food is for my dad. Well, not him, but for his fish. Oh. How about yourself? In the corner of my eye, I saw the bag that she had put on the table was about to fall over. I heard a rustling noise. I wasn't sure what was in her bag, but whatever it was alive and trying to escape. She caught it before it fell off the dining table. She placed the bag again on the table, this time tucking it between the container of chili oil and the salt and pepper shakers. No. I see. Well, I kept a turtle before. It was more my father's pet turtle. I didn't really care for it. That's okay. You know, my dad really loves his pet fish. I bought extra food for the fish. You can take some for the turtle. She motioned to take out the bag for all to see in the restaurant. Wait. Please save it for yourself. I don't have the turtle anymore. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The poor turtle. Well, I'm not sure what happened to it. It ran away? A turtle? No. We let him go in the pond when my family moved. The public pond? Well, a lot of things happened at that time. Oh, we haven't even introduced each other yet. My family name is Wong. My given name is Kayan. You can call me Sam, though. I have a small video store just around the corner here. Oh really? That's interesting. The shop is called Diamond Videos. It's a humble little store, but I have all sorts of movies if you're interested in a recommendation. What's your name? Hyung Fong Ha. My English name is Michelle. Okay, maybe I'll give a little thing here. So Chinese people, sometimes they have English name and Chinese name. So what you'll do, so it's not uncommon to have like two first names, I guess. Usually it's like for me, if I had Michelle's name, it would be something like Michelle Chung Fong Ha. So like the Chinese name would be at the back, because in Chinese the first name is behind the last name. So it's like Chung is the family name, and then Fong Ha is the first name. So Michelle is the English name, but it's an English name, so it's at the front. So it still works, even though you have like technically like two quote unquote first names, you know. But usually, if you have an English name, you associate yourself with your English name. We learn customs. Yeah, we learn customs. Oh wait, hers is different. They put the Fong Ha in the front instead of they put the Cheong at the back. Okay, this one's different then. So there are other ways of displaying the names. Michelle Fong Ha Cheong. What a powerful name. Please don't say my name so loud like that. It sounds so much like a Peking opera stage name. I wish my mother gave me a more cheerful name like yours. Huh? I think it's a beautiful and graceful name that your mother has given you. When I was in school, there were 5 other Kayans in my class. It was terribly confusing. Really? That must be troublesome. Right? So what made you choose Michelle as your English name? A lot of people I've met picked a name phonetically similar to their Chinese name. Eh? It was my father who suggested that name to me. He said it was from an English song. I thought it sounded nice. Oh, Oh, now I gotta sneeze again. Gosh darn it, why am I so sneezy today? Very sneezy. Hold on, I just blow my nose. Bless me, thank you. Okay, we'll keep going. Bah. Isn't that from a famous song? I might have the record somewhere. Really? I don't listen to much Western music. That's alright. What music do you listen to then? I like artists like Tsai Shin and Teresa Tang. I see. So you like Mandarin folk? That's interesting. I can see why you like it. Nah. I like singers who express a lot of emotion in their songs. Not just Mandarin. I also like Anita Mui. Is that so? I love Anita Mui. Her fashion and singing is top-notch, isn't it? Yes, it is. I've been following her since she won the new talent competition. I admire how hard she works. Right? She's an inspirational artist. Do you have a cassette player? I do. Would you like to listen to this mix I got? I got Anita Mui and other artists that I like on this. Sam showed me a cassette tape she had in her pocket. Show me, walk me. She had one of those portable cassette players clipped onto her pants. On the cassette label was a handwritten playlist. Okay. I didn't recognize the name of the musicians other than Anita Mui and Deanie Ip. I saw she had the names of English artists written down, but I didn't know who they were. It's alright. No, I have a bunch of these. I used to work in a record store some time ago, so I made them when the day was slow. It's fine, you don't need to. Aw. I'll look into it later. Where did your name come from, Sam? It doesn't sound like your Chinese name at all. A friend picked it out for me. When I was younger, I usually worked late tending the record store. It was a shop my friend had helped manage. At the end of the day, she'll come over to collect the money from the register. And she asked me to eat a late dinner with her. She was my senior, so she would just say, "Let's eat dinner." Okay. I'm thinking, is it like, okay, I'll try to pronounce this. But I'll probably say it wrong because I don't know, like, they speak Cantonese, right? I don't know Cantonese. It's like sick ma fan. She said it every time she saw me in the evening that she stopped addressing me by my Chinese name. She just greeted me with that phrase. So one day she got the bright idea of calling me Samantha. We worked at the semi-popular record store then. Sometimes English speakers would come in looking for certain records. My friend said it was better to have an English name. It makes it easier for business. So that's how the name Samantha stuck. I didn't like it at first. In fact, I felt that my friend was ridiculing me with that name. I adapted it to Sam. And before I knew it, everyone started calling me by that. I grew to like it. I see, that's an interesting story. Samantha. It's hard to say. That's why I don't mind people shortening it to Sam. Easier to say and easier to spell. Feels more personal too. I see. You're not eating your salad? I don't really like fruit salad when it's too creamy. Don't waste it then. You should have gotten your sandwich with fries instead. I didn't know it would be this kind. It's always this kind of salad at this restaurant. Anyway, I'll eat it if you don't want it. Eh? They'll just trash it if you don't finish it. There's a lot of people starving in the world. Alright, if you really insist. Thank you, I'll help myself. You're really eating it. What's that? You laugh at me? I just think you're pretty interesting. We just met and now you're finishing my meal. Well, I think if you live your life with too many reservations, you'll miss out on all the fun. You'll end up getting constipated too. Just from not having the salad. Well, maybe if you always don't eat salad. It's not like I don't eat any salad. Okay, give it back. I'll have some too. Now you're laughing at me. You're too funny. That's what I should be saying to you. We continued talking about this and that after finishing the meal. Sam had an interesting perspective on things, I have to admit. I suppose it wasn't bad to pass time with a company like this. Shall we head back? Your shoes should be fixed by now. Oh, already? Okay. Let's get the bill. I already got it. When? When you were in the washroom earlier. That's not fair. Here, take this. No, I asked you to dinner and ate most of your food. I had to get takeout from my dad anyway. Still, what did I say about having no reservations? Alright then, next time is on me, okay? Okay, let's have sukiyaki next time. Sukiyaki? That's not fair. How about conveyor belt sushi then? Huh? If you can limit yourself to just one plate. I'm just joking. We walked back to the shoe cobbler together. I couldn't bring myself to ask her age. I guess she was a few years older than me. She gave me the air of an older sister. I laughed lightly to myself. An older sister wearing a t-shirt and sneakers. A younger sister wearing a full blazer suit. The thought of it was amusing. Michelle? What's so funny? It's nothing. The shop's the other way. Huh? I remembered wrong. You don't come here too often? No, not really. Follow me this way. It's just a quick walk back. Okay. Here we are. Hey Dad, we're back. You girls came back together? Are the shoes finished? Of course, I finished them a long time ago. As expected from the Grandmaster. Don't call me that. Oh, here's your fish food and your dinner. Don't get the bags mixed up. I won't, thank you. Huh? There's only one box. Did you eat already? I already ate with Michelle. Huh? With her? Thank you, sir. Here's the payment. I'll come by next time if I need another repair done. No need to be so polite. Come by anytime. I gave Mr. Wong the payment for his service in exchange for my repaired shoes. Finally, my ordeal is over. I should head out. Alright. I'll be going home. It's gotten quite late now. My bad for keeping you long. I appreciate you for keeping me company. No, I should thank you. Thanks for taking care of me today. My pleasure. Are you taking the subway? I can walk you to the station entrance. No, it's fine. I decided to take a taxi instead. Okay. I already see one coming down this way. I'll help you flag it down. Sam raised her hand as a passing taxi immediately pulled over to the side for her. She opened the passenger seat door for me. Thanks. Michelle, it was nice meeting you. I enjoyed talking with you. Me too. Sam seemed to wait for my response. I looked away. I felt an anticipatory gaze from Sam. Oh, whoops. Something about the way she looked at me made my heart pound. I didn't know why it made me feel this way. I never had such a feeling before with anyone. The taxi's loud radio filled the void of silence between us. I should say something to her at least. Wait, let me just quick save. I'll visit your store sometime, maybe. I'll visit your store, and we can talk more next time. Michelle? Yes, I'll look forward to it. Sam, I wanted to say something more, but before I could speak, the taxi driver laid his horn. Let's not keep the taxi driver waiting. I hope to see you again sometime. Bye-bye. I got in the car. Sam closed the door, and the taxi sped off away into the night. In a few turns, the car had left Mongkok. I forgot to say goodbye to her. It had taken me longer than expected, but I accomplished what I had sought out to do today. I opened the bag that I had received from Mr. Wong. I examined the shoes. The heel was repaired perfectly. There were no signs of damage to be found. It looked as good as new, exactly what Mr. Wong had promised. It had been quite a day of mishap, but in the end, I couldn't help giggling to myself in the taxi. Funny how things work out sometimes. Sam and Mr. Wong were a peculiar daughter and father pair. They talked so nonchalantly I would have thought they were siblings instead. I guess some families were like that. They're certainly interesting people. Especially that girl, Sam. Sometimes, inconveniences can lead to memorable moments beyond what could ever be expected. I haven't let myself go with the flow of things for so long that I had almost forgotten this feeling. It was nice sometimes. I met someone new tonight. A shoe cobbler's daughter. A video store owner in Mongkok. I wondered if our paths would cross like it did again. The taxi made a turn off the bypass. I'd be home in a few moments. I could put my feet up and indulge myself in a good novel. My feet were just throbbing after a long day of running back and forth from here and there. I took a peek at my shoes again. I was excited to wear these shoes tomorrow. They were polished and shiny. They looked even better than before. My building complex came into view. I hoped my mother didn't mind me coming home a bit later than usual. I had returned home quite late. I stepped into my house. The kitchen lights were off. My mother must have eaten dinner by now. She probably cleaned up and had gone to bed already. Mother? Oh. I saw cooked dishes left out on the dining table. She didn't have to leave food out for me every time. I heard the sound of my mother's bedroom door open. Feng Ha? Mother, I'm home. My mother peered out of her bedroom with a frown on her face. What? Why are you home so late? You should have called me. I was worried. I'm sorry. I had broken the heel of my shoe and I went to get it fixed after work. I didn't think it would take as long as it did to get it repaired. Did you eat yet? Yes, I had something while waiting. Then remember to call me next time. All this food I made for you is cold. I'm sorry. Don't be out so late again. If you need to run an errand, have it done during the day. The streets are dangerous for a young woman like you. Yes, Mother. I understand. I'm so tired now after waiting up with worry. Pack up the food for me. I'm going to sleep now. Okay, I'm sorry to have made you worry. My mother walked back into her bedroom as quietly as she came. I packed up the food she had left for me as silently as I could. Oh man, it's a good thing there aren't cell phones. I feel like this mom would have blown up her phone. I had forgotten about my mother. It was my habit to call her if something came up at work for me to come home late. If I forget to let her know, she will wait up all night worrying over me. Well, I guess you should have called, but again, you're okay. It was my fault to have provoked such a feeling. Seeing her leave out a meal for me on the kitchen table made my heart swell with guilt. Whatever energy that I had earlier had all but left me now. I was all wrung out. I should finish cleaning the dishes and wash out. I have another day at work tomorrow. That girl Sam. It must be nice to be so carefree like that. I'm not sure what Mr. Wong had done, whether it was his sheer craftsmanship or if it was by some occult power. All I knew was that he had done transformative work on my shoes. My heels were even more comfortable to wear compared to before. I wondered if he had adjusted the heel length on them. I felt taller and more confident with every step I took. My calf looked more slender and shapely wearing them. Perhaps next time I'll try wearing them without pantyhose. What a time-honored skill Mr. Wong must possess. I'm sure many people will rely on his services for years and years to come. I wish I could write a review for him. He certainly deserves the praise. Today was just flying by. My commute to work was smooth. I was even able to get a seat on the subway on the way to work. I suppose for every bad day, a good day will come to make up for it. There was a lull in the day. I went for a sit-in lunch. My usual restaurant but had hardly a queue to get inside. Miss, your usual order? Today I'll have the curry beef brisket, please. Okay. It was a wonderfully seamless day. I was thinking I could leave work early. Hey. Yes? You're leaving already? Yes, that's right. You forgot about me already. You're the new hire in the accounting department. Johnny? It's Joey. Right, Joey, I apologize. That's okay, we never formally introduced ourselves to each other. I've only been here for a few weeks. Your name is Michelle, right? Or should I call you Slippers Chung? Please don't call me that. I was hoping people would forget about that already. But it's so funny. Hey, has anyone said you look a bit like Momoko Kikuchi? Peach Child? The Japanese pop idol? Yeah, don't you think so? No way. There's no way I would look like a pop singer. Don't be so modest. I'll show you her photo book. You really look like her. You don't have to go far as to do that. Now, it's a visual novel, guys. You don't have to be so... It's a visual novel. What is it? I don't see you wearing those slippers today. You got your shoes fixed? Oh, please don't tease me about it anymore. Even the supervisor was heckling me about it this morning. It's a great story, though. Don't you think it adds more to your character? Character? When I first saw you, I thought you were like a boss character. Boss character? Mr. Sam is our boss. Not that kind of boss. I meant to say you seemed hard to approach at first. So for you to come into work in slippers like that, it's like, ooh, a weakness. I mean it as a compliment. I don't quite understand, but I appreciate your compliment. Yeah. You're heading home now? Yes, I was just about to go. Oh, me too. You take the Suanwan line, right? I'll go with you. Okay, then. We're having a random colleague tag along. There's this noodle house that just opened. I heard from some of my friends that it's pretty good. Do you want to try with me? Why is everyone asking us out for lunch? I mean dinner. It's really... The next station is Bangkok. Doors will open to your right. The train had been slowing down to stop at the next station, and as if I was about to answer, I was pushed by the other commuters looking to get off at the stop. You okay, Michelle? You gotta be like water and evade other people on the train. Yes, I got distracted. So, what about that noodle place? I'm sorry, I have to get off here. I thought you had a few more stops. I forgot I had something I needed to pick up. Next time, okay? Okay. It's not a big deal. There's always the next time. I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. I'm not sure why I made up such an excuse to get away from him. From what I heard, Joey's a good, respectable guy. I heard from other co-workers that he had studied abroad and had only recently returned to Hong Kong upon completing his graduate studies. I'm sure there's a lot I could talk to him about, and yet, here I am. I was back in the same district where I had my shoes fixed the other day. I should take my time to look around. It'd be awkward if I get back on the train and I run into Joey by accident at the next stop. Since I was already here, I could take a look at the shops for a bit. I didn't have a chance to really browse the shops because of that girl Sam the other day. Now that I think of it, didn't she mention she had a shop around here? It shouldn't be too far of a walk from here. Okay, hold on, let me drink some water. It's clearing my throat. Oh yeah, we're in a new street, new art. A video store. I had no expectations to actually come across a video store of that girl I had met yesterday. Besides the street-level storefronts, there were a multitude of stores located within indoor shopping arcades, as well as the many outdoor market stores that were scattered across this whole neighborhood district. Sam had only vaguely mentioned the location of his store. To find such a specific store without a specific address, I might as well have searched for a needle in a haystack. Did she even want me to find her store? She should have given me a business card if she did. Diamond Videos. What kind of a store name was that? Diamond would be more suitable for something a little more valuable than video cassettes. I giggled to myself. At this rate, perhaps it might just be a diamond in the rough if I could find it. I didn't put too much hope in it though. I walked through a whole shopping arcade, and I've yet to come across her store. Nonetheless, I kept walking. I was testing out my shoes. My feet carried me forward without effort. My shoes felt comfortable and light. It was satisfying to hear the sound of heel hitting the pavement. I passed by a few electronic stores. I saw from the window that they had an assortment of televisions and stereo devices for sale. I did not see any stores having home videos. Perhaps my father would have known better than me where to find a store like this. If he was alive, I'm sure he would still be coming to this neighborhood to regularly look at the stereo devices on display. He had always liked to tinker with his sound system. In the past, I would have asked him to bring me along with him on his free weekends, and I would take a look at the new records in the shops nearby. My mother would also come along to look for her Chinese opera records. That was many years ago. Things change fast around here. I could hardly recognize any of the stores now. Hello, welcome new people in chat. Welcome, Carrie. I had walked a few blocks and reached the end of the street. I looked left and right. It seemed like there weren't a lot of stores ahead. I looked up. There was a strobing neon sign above me. It might just be adult video. I craned my head to do a double take. I saw there was a massage parlor in the unit above. A seedy movie theater was in the building beside it. My left eye twitched. I've been looking at a computer monitor all day. What I should do is kick back at home with a cool compress over my eyes. I forgot to do that the other night. The heat of the buildings and all the people on the streets made the night air more humid and dense. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Reaper. Thank you. I felt a bit uncomfortable, like there was something heavy wrapping itself around me. If I continued down the street corner, I'd enter the grittier part of Portland Street. Should I try another street? I peered ahead and I saw a street sign asking office ladies to be wary of pickpockets. Perhaps not. I glanced at my wristwatch. It was getting late. Good evening. Hello, Inochi Hello, Inochi. Welcome. It's about time I called it quits and headed home. I clicked my heels together 3 times and chuckled to myself. There's no place like home. As I was turning around, I felt the shadow of someone walk past me. The person walked quickly behind me. It wasn't anything, but it felt suspicious. I tried to catch a glimpse of that person before they got away. In the corner of my eye, I saw that it was a woman in a long rope dress. It was much like a Cantonese opera stage costume. She had long wavy hair I vaguely recalled seeing. Sam? It was the first thought that came into my mind. I wasn't exactly who it was, but the profile was close enough to Sam's to make me question my eyesight. Whoever it was, they gave off a strange energy, enough to throw me off kilter. Even though I was just complaining about the warm, humid weather in my mind earlier, the air around me soon felt cold. I composed myself. I was heading home anyway. It was just not my luck to find a video store today, and continued my walk back in the direction from which I came. But as I continued walking, I noticed shops that I did not recall seeing earlier. There was a store that carved wood caskets, and a few others selling paper effigies, altars, incense, and lanterns. It struck me as strange, as I thought I had been walking in the opposite direction of Temple Street, where such stores were common in that area. Had I really walked down the wrong street? I looked left, right, forward, and back. I realized I had wandered somewhere quite far from where I started out. I didn't recognize the road signs, nor any of the landmarks. The quietness of the street was quite unsettling. I coughed from the thick plumes of incense smoke in the air. It was eerie how one wrong turn can make a world of difference. I walked for a long time without seeing another pedestrian. I tried not to think about it. I hastened my pace. I wanted to get back to the station or hail a taxi, but there was no passing taxi. And despite how far I kept walking, I couldn't seem to find my way back to the station. I was getting more and more lost in the labyrinth of small and narrow streets. I crossed the next street, and I felt something wet drip on my head. It was a water droplet. I wasn't underneath a rain cloud, nor was I underneath hanging laundry or an air conditioner. I felt uncomfortable. The hair on my neck rose. I could feel the intense stare of someone behind me. I quickly turned around. I saw an old woman looking at me. She was seated on a small stool in a street corner. Her eyes were sunken deep with age. She wore a black traditional dress robe and combed her hair in a tight bun. Her dress hid most of her body, but I could see that she was quite a small person. Her back was bent forwards with scoliosis, making her appear even smaller. Lotus flowers were placed on a mat beside her. She appeared to be selling them. She didn't appear to be someone dangerous. Rather, she seemed to me like a gentle and lonely old woman who lived a lifetime of honest but hard labor. A coin for her a flower seemed like a small pittance, but it could mean a meal for her. I reached for my coin purse. "Young lady, haven't you realized that there's another path? Sometimes the road won't appear until you take the first step towards it." Huh? I looked up, and somehow the old lady merchant had disappeared right before my eyes. The street corner where I thought she sat had no one. Behind it was an empty alleyway. I stood up, dumbfounded. There was not a trace of her. No stool, no mat, not even a lotus petal was left behind. I was starting to feel quite frightened. Where did she go? Had I been seeing and hearing things this whole time? I asked myself. I suppose this was what I got for walking alone in an unfamiliar place. I approached the alley. I had to get a closer look. Perhaps it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. My heart started racing as I cautiously approached the alley, and I peered in, thinking, praying that it wasn't all a malicious ploy by someone out to get me. But rest assured, there was not a soul. I suppose the old lady packed up her things and left. I looked through the alleyway again. I saw in the distance a familiar blinking sign. I realized I could cut through the alley to where I was earlier. I took my chances. I didn't think too much. The plot gets supernatural. I think it's like a spirit telling her that she can go, like, not a real path, but like that the sexuality path, maybe? I don't know. Like foreshadowing. I took my chances. I didn't think too much. A dark alley has its dangers, but at this moment, I was more afraid of being stuck in some unfamiliar place. I hated the feeling of being lost. I hightailed it through the alley. And as soon as I stepped out of it, I felt the air pressure immediately change. The street was bustling with human activity. It was warm and humid. I didn't mind it as much this time. It was comforting to hear the sounds and chatter of people going about their business. I was back to where I started before everything strange started happening. Ironically enough, it was a blinking adult video sign that signaled me back to this place. I was about to head out, this time in the correct direction, when I heard muffled sounds of someone calling my name. Michelle! Where was it coming from? Michelle! I heard my name being called out again. I looked across the street and saw her standing outside a store. It was Sam. She had the door open and gestured for me to come inside. It was a tiny and dimly lit shop sandwiched between what looked like questionable establishments. I hadn't noticed her store, even though I had walked past it earlier. My eyes weren't fooling me this time, right? I crossed the street. It was indeed Sam. Her smile, her gestures. It was without a doubt Sam. I was a little unnerved by what had happened earlier, but I felt much more at ease to see a friendly face. Sam's excitement to see me was earnest. I would put behind me this strange sequence of events. It'll be at a later date, when I have to recall the words of the old lady. Sam welcomed me into her store. It was a video store exactly as she had described. Her store wasn't too big. Her counter was small. She had for a seat a folding chair and a stool that also appeared to double as a dining table in times of need. The store was stacked floor to ceiling with shelves and boxes of videotapes and laser discs. A small TV was plugged in near where she sat. It had a video of a black and white film playing. Oh, she's dressed differently. She looked fancy now. Hey, Michelle. I saw you walking outside earlier. You alright? You look a little dazed. Eh? I'm fine. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Was there something you were looking for today? Or were you looking for me? I want to take a look at your shop. I want to take a look at your video store. Really? I'm happy to hear that. Please take a look around. If you find something you like, I'll give you a special discount. Okay. I looked around. She had a typical assortment of contemporary American and Asian films, television dramas, karaoke discs, and direct-to-home videos. Sam also had a section of classic Hollywood films such as Sound of Music and Casablanca. I remember I watched some of these films with my mother when I was younger. I wondered if my mother would want to watch these films with me again. The thought never occurred to me that I could revisit these films with home video. Nice! Beautiful art! I felt Sam's eyes on me. She acted as if she was flipping through her ledger, but she was definitely looking at me. She had a slight grin on the corner of her lips. I didn't like being stared at. I picked up a tape off the shelf and read the back cover. I didn't have any particular movie I wanted to watch, but I didn't want Sam to think that I came over to her store just to loiter. Welcome, Cupcon, welcome! I wasn't much of a moviegoer. The last time I watched a movie in theaters must have been 2 years ago. I preferred to instead read a book from the comfort of my home. I liked being able to follow along something at my own pace. It's not that I disliked movies. I want to be able to feel something, anything, out of my own thoughts and volition. I don't like being forced to feel a certain way because of some graphic image on screen. I wondered what about film that made Sam get into this kind of business. I put the tape down. Sam was still looking my way. She seemed like she was waiting for me to ask her something. I pretended not to notice. I continued browsing. I saw that Sam kept a special selection of films in a corner of her store. Guessing by the languages on the covers, some looked like they were directly imported from their source country. A few English language films had a sticker on them indicated that you need special hardware to play the tape. I examined this section closely. Her eyes continued to follow mine. I didn't recognize any of the movies in this section. Sorry. Even for the Chinese language films in this section, they were all by directors I had never heard of before. The films looked quite old and predated even the films I watched with my mother. I struggled to pronounce the titles of some of them. Matchon in uniform. What language was this one? Sam got up from her stool. Do you have any questions about these films? What are these tapes? They look like bootlegs. They're not bootlegs. They're copies of rare and experimental films. Can you really set up a shop like this with these kind of tapes? It seems hard to sell. There's nothing wrong with them. One day someone's gonna wish there were more copies of these films floating around. Do you really make money selling these films? I do. Special interests. The lease ain't free. You gotta find a way to reach out to every kind of client. Well, I have my loyal customers. Certain movies really do help pad out the sales. What's that? It's nothing. Sorry. Let me drink more water. Would you like to look at anything else? Do you have Chinese classics? I'll get something for my mother. Of course. How can I stay in business if I don't? Any particular one you'll think she like? I'm not sure. My mother really liked the movie, The Dream of the Red Chamber. Which version did she like? I think the one with Brigitte Lin. Is she a fan of Brigitte Lin? I have a lot of her other movies. No, not really. I don't think she particularly likes her movies. She's the biggest superstar of Taiwan and Hong Kong. My mother isn't up to date with celebrity trends. She was and will always be a fan of Yam Kim Fai. She loves Cantonese opera. Perhaps she might like a recording of one of her films. Oh! Yam is quite a popular figure, isn't she? My mother was a fan too. Has she watched The Purple Hairpin? Definitely. I'm sure she'll watch it again though. I'll get a copy. Okay. The version of it is good. This version of it is good. The sound is in stereo quality. Thanks. How about for yourself? Is there anything you're looking for? Just name it and I can find it for you. I'm not sure. I don't have a particular one I'm looking for right now. Alright, Shield Reaper, thank you for dropping by. I don't have a oh wait, I already read that. What kind of movies do you like? We should be honest and say we prefer reading. I don't really watch a lot of movies. I prefer reading a book instead. Is that so? Can you tell me why? Well, sometimes I feel more moved if I could imagine something for myself instead of watching it on a screen. My, Michelle, you're quite a dreamy girl. I wouldn't say that. I just like to be quiet with my own thoughts. Michelle? What kind of movies do you like, Sam? What made you want to run a video store? As long as I can remember, I've been watching movies. I like every kind of film. Comedy, action, romance, drama. I can watch anything. What I like about film is watching the actors and actresses bring the story to life. Along with the film set, the cinematography, the sound direction. Sometimes it all comes together to create a picture so vivid and beautiful that it leaves a lasting impression on me. The films that I like are the ones I'll never forget. You just want to go back and watch them so you can think about them again. That's what makes home video so wonderful to me. I see. My heart aches at hearing Sam's words. Ah, have you seen this movie? Sam pointed to our tiny television screen. It was a black and white Chinese silent film. It was made quite before my time. I didn't recognize any of the actors. No, what is it? Sam showed me the tape. This is one of Ren Lingyu's strongest performances. New woman. Ren Lingyu? I don't think I've heard of her. She also went by the English name Lily Yuan. She was a silent film star in Shanghai during the 1930s. Yuan was of Cantonese origins. Her Cantonese accent notwithstanding, her success as an actress was before the advent of sound in Chinese cinema. You could see in her films that she was talented in portraying a variety of characters with a high level of emotional depth. I won't tell you too much about her until after you finish the film. But I have to say, this film carries a lot more weight once you know what happened. I see, that's interesting. How did you come across her films? I'm sure even my mother wouldn't know about them. I had heard a little bit about her films before, from people old enough to be alive during her time. It was only recently that her films were taken out of the archives, so I had my chance to finally watch them myself. Ah, you can watch it here. It's not that long. Here, have a seat. I'll rewind it to the beginning. Huh? It's alright. I'll get a copy. Okay. I'll give you 20% off. 20% only? Can I buy one, get one? I'd love to, but I have to be fair to every customer. I'll discount you more if you're a returning customer. I also do rentals. Eh? Is that really fair then? Hehe. Alright, here. Thank you. What's the movie about? Well, it's about an educated woman played by Ren. And what she has to do to survive is in the society of the time. It's quite a brave film considering its time of release. The last scene always gives me chills. It's hard to describe the film. You just have to watch it and see. Tell me what you think after you finish it. Okay. I hope you like it. I've been taking up a lot of your time. I shouldn't be keeping you from your work any longer. I should get going. Ah, are you busy tonight? I don't have any particular plans. Would you like to come with me to a show? A show? It's at this pub near the station here. I know the owner quite well and she puts on a special event every month. A pub? What about your shop? It's okay, I'll just lock it up. It's about time I close up anyway. Really? The sign outside your door still says you have half an hour until closing. Closing time is subject to management. What kind of management is that? About it. Come on, let's go. Sam ushered me out of her shop and quickly shuttered the gates. I could try watching the movie she recommended, but I didn't really like the idea of going along with her to a pub. I was about to protest had not the venue been in the direction of the subway station. I figured I'll go along with her for a bit and then excuse myself later. We had a nice conversation. Sam seemed cheerful. I didn't want to dampen her mood. Sam walked next to me, humming an upbeat song. She had on a ritzy outfit today. I didn't notice it at first when she was sitting behind her shop counter. It was quite outstanding. Sam wore a hibiscus red blouse, a fitted skirt, and paired these items with painted toe heels. What a strange shopkeeper. I've never seen anyone tend a store dressed like that. I was dressed in my usual office attire, formal, neat and clean. I don't have the look of someone going to bars after work. As we walked, the streets got more and more crowded the closer we approached the station. The sidewalk was shoulder to shoulder, with pedestrians going home, going out, going somewhere. I took off my jacket. It was warm. I felt awkward around Sam. From afar, I'm sure no one would think we had anything to do with each other. The subway entrance should be just around the corner ahead. It was about time I took my leave. I shouldn't involve myself with Sam any more today. Not like this, I thought. Sam? We're here. The venue is just down those stairs. Sam gestured to a narrow stairwell leading down into a basement of a pre-war apartment building. The entrance was open. It was an otherwise inconspicuous place. I looked for the name of the establishment. All the place had for signage was a bolted plate beside the entrance door which indicated in a small font that it was in fact a bar and disco. I felt uneasy. I better not today. Michelle? I have to get going. Oh. I have some things I gotta take care of. Aw, that's too bad. I'm sorry. No worries, there's always next time. Sam smiled lightly. Did she feel disappointed? Sam, I'll walk you to the station. That's alright. I hope you have a good night. I'm gonna head out now. What the heck? A woman in an ostentatious green power suit suddenly appeared between us. She put her arm around Sam's waist. She seemed well acquainted with Sam. Samantha! What are you doing just standing out here? Hurry up and get in! Huh? What are you doing out here, Cecilia? Huh? You don't see me working. I have to be my own planner, promoter, security. I might as well be my own performer too if I have to do everything around here. You're busy as always, aren't you? Always. I saw you loitering outside. How rude, blocking my entrance like that. Just get inside already and make my place look lively. Sorry. Huh? Who's this? You brought someone this time? Don't tell me this is... Cecilia? This is Michelle. Michelle? Cecilia. Eh? Well, aren't you something? I'm sorry, I'm actually leaving. Hey. Miss Wong, didn't you tell her it's ladies' night? There's no cover charge. That's on it. I have to catch the train. What? Where did you find this girl? She's so cold. You come in and sit for a bit, okay? Relax. You're much too stressed from work. Drink something to warm yourself up. Cecilia proceeded to put her arms around my shoulder and walked me down into the bar. Sam shrugged and followed in. Cecilia then excused herself and began chatting up other patrons in the bar. She seemed like a busybody. The bar was named Ruby. I figured from the pink neon sign that was lit on the wall. It was a weathered-looking bar that appeared as if it had gone through several aesthetic transformations throughout the years. Furniture was mismatched and the paint job was uneven and chipped in some corners. If I had to describe what its decor was like to a magazine publicist, I would say that it was a valiant attempt at combining cosmopolitan posh and tropical boathouse. Neon lights colored the thick plumes of cigarette smoke in the air. Loungy funk music played from a sound system and is reminiscent of what of my elementary school had in the gymnasium. W understand vibes with this game. Yeah, he's got cool vibes. The bass was terribly loud and made an awful buzzing and crackling sound. Regardless of what I thought of the bar's visual and sound aesthetics, people seemed to have a good time. If they weren't shaking their heads to the music, they were mingling around the tables with drinks in hand. I surveyed the room. I thought Sam's bare legs were too risque, but compared to everyone else here, she was considered modestly dressed. People wore flashy outfits that were outrageously over the top. There were women who dressed like men, and others who dressed like circus performers. It was like a British fashion show. I wasn't the only person dressed in office attire, but I certainly felt out of place here. Sam suggested we sit down at the bar. I sat down on the seat at the end of the counter. Sam took to the seat next to me, first exchanging greetings with the bartender before sitting down on the high stool. Every time Sam crossed her legs, I noticed her skirt would inch dangerously higher. This was not good. Did Sam not notice this? My mother would have chastised me over such unladylike dress and behavior. I suppose Sam was someone I could consider exactly feminine. A lady wouldn't go to a pub on her own, and a lady certainly wouldn't be on a first-name basis with a bartender. Yes, very pretty. Sam ordered a drink. It was her usual, apparently, a tequila sunrise. Sam asked if I wanted to have the same drink with her, but I refused. I asked for a glass of water instead. I didn't want to drink tonight. It's a weeknight, and I had my own sense of pride. I wanted to do things on my own terms, not just to please someone else. The bartender made a strange look to Sam. Sam carried on with her smiles. Okay, hold on. I need to sneeze again. Okay, never mind. The sneeze went away. I couldn't read Sam's thoughts, but I tried not to think about it. Sam tapped her fingers to the beat of the music. She noted to me the names of the song that played. I nodded along. It was something outside my knowledge. I noticed that Sam wasn't someone in need of company. Several people came over and gave their regards to Sam. Sam appeared to be popular here. One woman took a seat next to Sam. She wore a normal, broad-shouldered office suit. However, the fitting was several sizes too large for her small frame. She kept her hair short, much like a boy's cut, and wore sunglasses indoors. It was a strange pub. It had a disproportionate number of women versus men. I guess that's what Cecilia meant by ladies' night. The strange woman continued talking to Sam. Their conversation wasn't something I could easily join. Their way of talking was obtuse. There were a lot of expressions and colloquial speech I could not understand. I turned away and looked at the empty stage. I wondered what kind of musical performance would it be tonight. I doubted it would suit my taste. Why did Sam invite me here? I felt a hand on my leg. It was Sam's. She placed her hand lightly on my knee. Sam looked at me with a concerned face. The suit-wearing woman excused herself and left to join another table. Are you alright, Michelle? I'm fine. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. I was an annoying person. Yeah, I'm a sucker for the 80s aesthetic with the neon and retro style synthwave and vaporwave and all that, like the summer mall from Stranger Things, Ryan Gosling stuff. Like, oh yeah, Stranger Things is set in like 80s style kind of place, right? Drive and Blade. I did not watch Drive or Blade Runner though. I haven't been here for a while, so some old friends came by to say hello. I didn't mean to ignore you. That's fine. You can talk to whoever you want. Michelle. I'm sorry about earlier. Cecilia can be forceful sometimes. No, I get it. She reminds me of my boss. Really? You know, Cecilia used to be my boss at one point. I could never catch a break. Single step away in this. Nah, it's fine. It was like pretty fast and I did it like immediately. Ambitious women are like that. What's that? What business did you have with her? Eh? It's not anything like that. She's like a big sister to me. Huh? Big sister? Yes. Someone who takes care and invites you out for a meal together. That's all. I meant about your work. Oh! Yes! Some years ago, a relative of hers owned a record store, so I helped them manage it at the time. Cecilia acted as if she owned the place though, and treated herself as my boss. Ah, let me tell you, she was fierce. She'd be upset with me if I couldn't name the songs off the Billboard charts, and she would give me hell if the books were off by even 1 cent. Oh, you mentioned that before. So that was who you were talking about. Yes, that's right. Looking back, it was a fun stint. I learned a lot then. When the owner decided to close down the record store, Cecilia swooped in and asked me if I wanted to lease the newly freed space from her. I didn't know anything about owning a store then. I had a really tough start. But I was able to turn things around with all the people helping me. I wouldn't be where I am without them. I see. I'm glad it worked out for you. It's nice to have people looking out for you. Yes. Do you like running your own store? Well, there's ups and downs, but I like the feeling of being my own boss. I can set up my own hours. I can pick out what I want to sell. I can really make it my own, which I like. I'm still learning what it means to be a successful business owner. There's a lot of trial and error sometimes, but I think I'm doing pretty well for myself now. The Drive is good with neon lighting. It's sad love story from a criminal. Okay, maybe I'll Google it later. But I also appreciate this game's LGBT buzz, especially taking place in the 80s. Hard time for LGBT. Yeah, and also it's like the Asian community, which is like, I think it's even more underground. That's good for you. What about you? What led you to be in the publishing company? Nothing in particular, really. I was recommended the position when I was in university by a professor. I got the job and I've been there ever since. I've only been working for about a year though. Ah, is that so? Do you enjoy your work? Work is work. I can't say I enjoy it, but it is what it is. I see. There was an awkward lull in our conversation. I didn't know what to talk about. It was a loud and busy place. I didn't want to raise my voice or bring up personal things here. Sam didn't seem too bothered. She seemed to enjoy this kind of atmosphere. She looked around and sipped on her drink slowly. When a fast-paced song came along, her fingers would automatically start tapping along with the beat. I noticed that she touched her hair a lot. Whenever she brushed her hair back, her gold-colored earrings would catch light from the stage. Sam's appearance caught eyes. Even though we sat in the corner end of the bar, anyone who walked by would turn and take a second glance at her. Sam had a different look to her today. It was an adult and mature look, a complete contrast to what I remember her wearing the other day. Yesterday's Sam had a laid-back and casual atmosphere to her. Tonight, Sam gave me a feeling of unpredictability. I never met a person like Sam before. Sam leaned closer to me, so he was about to say something. I turned away to avoid her eye contact. I didn't want Sam to read my expression. It wasn't that I felt intimidated by Sam. Rather, I couldn't guess her motive. I felt at a loss. I didn't want Sam to know that. Sam continued the conversation. I know you mentioned before that we had differing musical tastes. So far, how do you like the music here? Should we say we like it? Have we been liking it? I guess we like it. I like it. Liar, I can see. Okay, wait. I can see on your face. Alright, fine. We'll load. Can't say. This kind of music is new to me. I can't really say I like it. I see. I appreciate you coming with me tonight. You know, this place plays a bit of everything. They'll play the most popular songs of the UK and American charts, and they'll also play Cantonese and Japanese hits as well. Every fourth Thursday of the month, they have a special disco night where they bring back the older dance charts. Doki Doki save menu, but we gotta save. Wait, I'm still learning different Asian history and culture. It's hard to know for Hong Kong, since it was British control at the same time. Japan had lots of LGBT media in the 80s. I guess that's true. But yeah, we probably have to look it up to see like how it was back then. But I do feel like, especially in Michelle's case, that she has like kind of a strict upbringing. So I can see that there's definitely still like people again. I would assume that her mom will be against it, and that might be a plot point. Disco. As Sam was about to answer, Cecilia came in and gave a hot smack to my back before taking a seat next to Sam. Cecilia was friendly towards Sam, but I felt an air of hostility from her. I should be careful around her. How you ladies doing tonight? Hey Cecilia, you finally pulled away from all your guests? Alright, see you Lucas, thank you for coming. I still have so much to do as tonight's host. Is that so? Hey Samantha, what are you doing with your little guest in the corner? Is that a glass of water? Oh, what about it? I told you to loosen up a bit. Cecilia! Cecilia snapped her fingers and ordered something from the bartender. Here, a fun drink for you. A tequila sunrise on the house. And if you're not a cocktail girl, a glass of my finest champagne. I had it uncorked just for you. Cecilia, stop. That's enough. Huh? Why not? She doesn't want it. Don't force her. I'm trying to show her a good time. Don't you see her moping in the corner with a glass of water? Come on, cheer up. I'm not moping. Okay, then why don't you have a drink with me? Don't be rude to your host. Which one will you pick? Yeah, I don't want to be peer pressured. I don't want to be peer pressured. Should we just take both? Wait, or do we take one? I'm confused. We're getting peer pressured. And how girl love is not taken as seriously, not paid much attention, focused on as much as boy love when it comes to LGBT government. That's true. That usually when the government hate LGBT, they just hate on boy love and not girl love. But I don't know which to pick. I don't know what to, wait, can I cheat? Is there there's no achievements for this game. Should we take both? I feel like if we take both, we'll end up hammered. Your dog sounds like a police siren. Well, that's what happens when doggos howl. Why don't we just take, maybe we'll just take the same drink as what she's having. Oh, you picked this one, huh? I took the fruity drink from Cecilia and tried to drown it. It had a sweet flavor, but the underlying alcohol taste was sharp in my mouth. I couldn't drink it all at once. I knew I was playing into her hands, but I'd rather not lose face to Cecilia. I didn't understand why Cecilia had to push me around like this. I didn't do anything to her. Cecilia coolly drank her champagne with a smile. You know, that's Samantha's favorite drink. Good for you to try it. Michelle, don't worry about it. You don't have to actually drink it. Here, I'll finish it for you. Sam. Tss, you're too soft. Be easy on her. It's still a weeknight. Cecilia, when are the musicians starting? Why don't we all get on the dance floor? Ah, that's right. I have to get them ready. When I come back, I better find you girls on the dance floor. Later, loves. Hey, don't take whatever Cecilia said to heart. That's just her big sister way of showing her care. I didn't take it to heart. Oh, that's good. She's a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want you to dislike her. I see. If you're tired, we can call it a night. It's alright. Sam, thanks for what you did earlier. Don't worry about it. I just hope you're not feeling down because of me. I want to say to Sam that it wasn't her fault. Before I could finish my thoughts, Cecilia was again to interrupt me. The club music had stopped playing and she appeared on the stage under a bright spotlight. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. It's so wonderful seeing better representation and depiction in new games and so. The character design and outfits. Yeah! I thought this game was pretty unique in the concept and the vibe. Is everyone having a fabulous night? The crowd roared in a cheer. Is that a cheer? You can be louder than that. Don't fall asleep now. We've got special guests tonight to get your body moving. If you're sitting at the tables, get your dancing shoes on and get up on the dance floor. Let's welcome Sisters. A group of musicians and dancers got up on the stage. People quickly crowded the platform. The bar seemed half empty before it quickly filled up. Those who were previously sitting at the tables were all on the dance floor now. The drummer counted in, and the sound of heavy synthesizers and bass followed. The room was filled with the sound of upbeat music. I looked at my watch. It was just after 11 p.m. If I left now, I could be home before midnight. I wasn't a dancer. I didn't like to drink. Now was a good time to excuse myself. Sam could go enjoy the rest of the night the way that she wanted. I never intended to stay with her as long as I did. I got up from the bar stool. Sam, before you go, may I have this dance with you? Huh? Sam held out her hand. Sam said something, but I couldn't quite hear the words. The music was deafening. We could hardly talk without yelling. May I? What? Let's dance. I don't know how to dance. I can show you. I should go. I don't really know this song. Is that so? I love this song. Huh? I said I'm going. You'll go? Alright, let's hit the dance floor. Huh? Are you hearing me properly? Sam's cheeks were flushed from the drinks, though there was a sense of clarity in her eyes. There was some frantic energy in her appearance. Sam held on to my wrists. Her hands were sweaty. Sam? She pulled me into the mob. The lights were strobing. People danced in every direction. Hands were in the air. Someone was laughing. Someone was screaming. I was being pushed by moving bodies from every direction. It was hot and tight in the disco. The plumes of smoke had gotten even thicker. I felt suffocated. It was as if for these people, tonight was all that mattered. There were no thoughts about the hangover, nor the growing economic uncertainty in the city. Here, liquor flowed endlessly. Money came easy, and Hong Kong will always be the same. Sam danced to the rhythm of the music. We're dancing! Well, this is actually pretty fancy for a visual novel. Draw so many art. Sam moved left, right, and all around. Her body moved freely without regard to the movements to others around her. She stood out from everyone in the crowd. I couldn't do anything except follow her with my eyes. It was vivacious. The music continued, one song after another. She continued dancing to the music. As I stood watching her, I realized that Sam was in a world I did not know and did not associate with, and a pervasive thought spread repeated in my mind that I didn't belong here. Michelle, are you alright? Sam stopped dancing. She held my wrist with her hand. I was the one who brought you here. You must be tired. I'm sorry if this wasn't something you enjoyed. Would you like to go now? It's not that. It's... You know, a place like this is where I feel the most myself. It's like this. Messy, chaotic, confusing. But I feel free in this kind of space. It's a place where people come to have fun. And not to think about their troubles for the day. People don't really judge you here. You can put aside money and status and dance the night away. You don't have to feel ashamed or hide who you are in this place. You can put on whatever outfit and feel confident with yourself. It's that kind of special place to me. Sam had a smile on her face. Though she seemed to say these things to me from a distant place, there was a long pause between us. For some reason, I couldn't put together the words to answer her right away. I wanted to say something. I didn't want her to misunderstand me. Okay. Just tell me more. I see. Could you tell me more about it? I never went to the disco before. It's a new thing for me. But I want to learn more about it from you. Maybe not right now. You're busy too. Michelle. Sam. You're a little pale. Have you eaten yet? Oh. That's right. I haven't eaten since lunch. Would you like to get something as a snack to eat nearby before you go home? I'll walk you out. Okay. We left the bar. Sam walked with me to the station. It was past midnight. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to make the last train home. I think you look nice in your shoes. I'm glad you were able to get them fixed. Thank you. I like the shoes you have on too. It looks good with your outfit. Thanks. I observed the night scenery around me. There was something about being out on the lively streets at night that made you feel awake and alert. The electric energy from the bright city lights radiated onto the people that it shined on. The neighborhood I lived in was much quieter by this time. I certainly could not compare in liveliness. It was a warm summer night, but the night air felt much more refreshing compared to earlier. The night wind felt cool. It was far easier to breathe without all the heavy cigarette fumes found inside the disco. I felt more relaxed. I glanced at Sam. She walked with a slow step. She was quiet. I guess she was feeling a little down. I didn't mean to spoil her evening, but I shouldn't have to keep myself out for her sake, I thought. It was still workday tomorrow. I couldn't stay out all night. I had told Sam that she didn't need to accompany me to the station if she wanted to stay in the disco longer, but she insisted on seeing me out. The station wasn't far. It took only a few minutes to walk to one of the subway entrances. Just across from the entrance, there were several hawker stands, still serving hot meals well into the night. Sam pointed one out to me. Ah, the curry fish balls at that stand are the best. Really? The line for it speaks for itself. Can't believe it at this hour. Would you like to try it before we head into the station? I don't know, it's late now. I understand you have to go. I've already kept you long enough. Sam today was strange. I thought she had a persistent and pushy personality, but ever since we left the disco, she acted demure. Had I acted that coldly towards her to have dampened her mood this much? I didn't intend to be dismissive of her. If they're really that good, I'll try it. Really? I assure you, let's get in line. Don't worry, the line moves really fast. She smiled again. Alright. I don't know why, but I felt shy seeing her smile. We were getting curry fish balls of all things. Oh, yummy! Street food! Hold on, let me get, okay. I'm just getting a pillow. The popular fishball stand looks like any other. A stainless steel cart carried all the ingredients and supplies the owners needed to cook and conduct their business. They worked seamlessly in tandem, collecting payment and preparing one order after the next. It didn't take long for us to be next in line. Flavorful smells wafted into our nostrils. We're next. Which one would you like to get? Which one is good, spicy or non-spicy? The spicy is quite spicy. You can always get half-half if you want to try both. Okay, I'll get that. Okay. Excuse me, 2 half-and-half orders. It could be because I haven't eaten a full meal since lunch, but there was something about tonight that made the curry fish balls taste like something out of this world. They were something so ordinary, yet they tasted so extraordinary. It was delectably savory. The spicy ones had a good kick to them, too. We ate up a whole plate of them quickly on that side of the road. I wanted to get another set to eat. How did you like them? They're quite good, actually. You want another set? Sure, I'll get it. I turned around swiftly. Uh-oh. Before I could react, a passerby quite forcefully bumped into my shoulder and knocked the paper plate containing leftover curry sauce out of my hands and onto my chest. The sauce spilled all over onto my blouse, staining it in a disastrous yellow brown. Can you wash that out? Oh no. The curry sauce is all over you. It's my favorite blouse too. I have to wash it off immediately or the blouse will get permanently stained. I think I'll have to take the taxi home. I'm sad. Looking like baby puke? You should get yourself cleaned up a bit first. Baby puke? More like baby poop. This is your fault. You're the one who invited me out and caused all this. Don't blame everybody. Don't blame her. I shouldn't have tagged you along with you in the first place. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Look, there's a 24-hour laundromat nearby. My apartment is just above. You can wait there while it's being washed. What should I do? I weighed my options carefully. The yellow-brown liquid was seeping further and further into my blouse. The sauce was still warm on my chest, and the smell was oh so strong. If my silk brassiere were to have a permanent brown stain, I would cry. I wanted to blame Sam for this curry disaster. I know it wasn't actually her fault, but she should take some partial responsibility for this. It's the least she could do. She's offering you an option. Don't be so rude. Hey, Michelle. I left for you a set of towels and some shirts you could change into out here. I'll bring your shirt to the cleaners and I'll come right back up. Just hang tight. Okay. Yeah, don't mind the messiness. I'll tidy up when I come back. Thank you. I don't really mind. Okay, make yourself at home. Alright. I had Sam take my stained blouse and undershirt to the cleaners. While she was gone, I changed into one of Sam's shirts. It was an odd turn in events. I was quite embarrassed, but at least I don't have to go around in public smelling like a fishball stand any longer. Another inconvenient thing. What's going on with my luck these days? And right now I'm stuck in Sam's house until my clothes are finished washing. I was so upset earlier. I know it wasn't Sam's fault. I have no one to blame except for myself. I took a look at myself in the mirror. Sam gave me a white button-up shirt to wear for the time being. I saw her other clothes hanging in her open closet. Sam had quite an eclectic fashion sense. I should be thankful she picked out a plain white blouse for me to wear. It appeared to be the most normal-looking item she owned. The sizing was similar to my own blouse, but the fitting was loose. The shoulders were baggy on my shoulders. The material was thin. I felt a draft. Things just keep happening when I'm around her, huh? I'm definitely missed the last train now. Between taking a taxi home covered in curry sauce or going to Sam's apartment to wash up, I chose the latter option. I wanted at least to limit the embarrassment to as few people as possible. I didn't want to leave washing my soiled clothes for another day. Getting rid of that stain was a time-sensitive issue. I figured my mother wouldn't appreciate it if I turned on the washing machine in the late night. Luckily, there just happened to be a 24-hour laundromat nearby, and Sam's apartment was just above. Her place was less than 200 meters from the station. Not a bad location, I have to say. She lived in a small studio apartment. Her small twin-size bed was a few steps away from a kitchen that had only a portable gas stove and a microwave. There was a small refrigerator, of course. But there was nothing otherwise in the kitchen that would have indicated there was a place for gourmet cooking. They say that the kitchen is the heart of the home. In Sam's case, it was quite the opposite. While her kitchen might have been quite nondescript, the many personal belongings that filled her den was where she showed her taste. It was not dissimilar to a video store, quite cluttered. I saw fashion magazines, books, tapes, and records stacked about in a disorderly fashion. On the contrary, she arranged her collection of photo books neatly. An old Leica camera stood out on her shelf. It appeared broken, however. Her television sat on top of a VCR player. I also saw that it was connected to a Laserdisc player, I guess for watching all her movies. There was so much personality in this small apartment. She made use of her balcony space as well and left some laundry hanging. I noticed she kept houseplants by the window. They were ordinary potted plants, though they appeared to be wilting. They seemed to say, "Please water me, I'm on the verge of death." I should heed their cries for mercy and water them. I'll borrow a cup. I found a cup in her kitchen cupboard. At least her dishes were done and put away. I wondered if Sam lived alone. From what I saw, it didn't appear to be anyone else living with her. She didn't have a sofa, nor did she have any other notable pieces of furniture besides a bed and a low table. Was this a comfortable way to live? It would be weird for me to sit down on her bed and kneel on the floor. I stood by on the balcony door and curiously looked outside. It seemed like people were still going about their daily business on the street below. It must get noisy sometimes at night here. It felt so strange to be here like this, standing around in someone else's clothes in someone else's apartment. I hope Sam didn't mind too much about today. Michelle? I'm back. Ah. Oh, you were watering the plants. Thank you. I keep forgetting to water them. They look so pitiful. Please consider them sometimes. Ah. Yeah, but they're still alive somehow. If you don't take care of them properly, sooner or later they'll wither away and die. Okay. Your blouse will be done in an hour. We can pick them up from the laundromat when they're done. Thank you so much. It's been a bother. I've been a bother to you all night. It's gotten late now. It's no bother at all. It was all my fault that things didn't go well today. No, it wasn't. I had a good time, actually. Really, don't blame yourself. I see. I'm glad. Would you like to watch something on TV while we're waiting? I don't want to intrude too much. Don't worry. How about I put on a record? Just take a seat and relax. Let me grab you something to drink. Oh, it's fine. I'm not thirsty. Coke? I have Coke. Tepid water is good then. Just water, you don't need to be so reserved. Why don't I make some warm tea? Would that be alright with you? Sure, tea would be fine. Okay, I'll be right back. Sam put on a record and went over to the kitchen to make some tea. She had me sit on her bed while I waited. I saw from the cover jacket that it was a Deanie Ip record. She was a popular singer and actress, but I never listened to this particular album before. I was surprised when I saw Sam take out a vinyl record. I would have thought that someone like Sam would have gotten a compact disc player by now. I listened to the music. It was a soft funk song. I think it was a Cantonese cover of an English song. Sighing softly, break my heart. I watched Sam boil water using a portable gas stove. I giggled a little bit. I suppose Sam is more old school than I first thought. Sighing softly without saying a word. Sam with her back towards me made me feel a little lonesome. The water didn't take too long to boil. The little blue flame danced quietly to the music. Before the song had finished, Sam came back with a set of teacups. She had made oolong tea. I took a sip. It was warming. It didn't taste too bitter. I hope you don't mind the place. I know it's a little cramped. I haven't gotten around to sorting out some things. No, it's fine as it is. Your place is close to the station. It's convenient, isn't it? It is. The song you played earlier. Could you play it again? I kinda like it. Of course, it's my favorite song. Really? I guess I'm showing my age. What do you mean? The disco is good fun, but a part of me is stuck in the days of folk and funk. You know, years ago, Ruby used to be an old funk bar. It was never this flashy until Cecilia took over. I see. You two have known each other long. I hope so. About earlier, I'm sorry. What for? I didn't mean to yell at you, or take away your evening with your friend. But I have a decent collection of old records and new sealed plastic ones. You haven't bought a record player yet. Oh yeah, I mean, a record player is actually not too expensive. But then it collects dust so easily, and then you gotta wipe it down. My dad has one. You didn't. I shouldn't have acted that way. I guess I was being selfish. Selfish in what way? I don't know. Maybe you should be a little more selfish around me. Sam shifted herself closer to me on the bed. My legs suddenly cramped. I stood up quickly. I have a leg cramp! Sam laughed. I felt flushed. I had been sitting around all day. I needed to walk around a bit. My eyes turned towards the photos that Sam had displayed on her wall. Sam had quite an amount of photos on display. I looked through them slowly. What are you looking at? Your photos. I'm not allowed to look. Oh no, please, they're so embarrassing. That's so pretty. I noticed that Sam had a framed picture of herself when she was in high school. She went to a notable Catholic girls' school. I was surprised. I had university classmates who went to the same school. They were prim and proper dainty girls, not at all similar to Sam. The Sam in this photo looked like a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed student. Her smile was not much different from the way it is now. There was a playfulness in her expression. It was cute. It was like seeing a before and after puppy photo. Huh? I saw you smirk. What is it? Your smile never changed. You still have the same smile after all these years. Eh? You look so keen in this photo. What do you mean by that? I'll let you know, I was the top of my class in math. At one point, I had a sign-up list for classmates who wanted to be tutored by me. Eh? Really? That's really impressive. A sign-up list? I can't believe it. It's true. I was good at teaching people how to ace the tests. Alright, I believe you. Do you really? I do. I'm sure your underclassmen really look up to you. What's that? Are you being sarcastic? I'm not. Here, I'll show you a funny photo. Huh? Sam pointed to an odd photo. Who's that in this photo? It was a photo of teenage Sam, flanked by two muscular men. They were at a picturesque beach. One man I recognized as her father. He was wearing an undershirt and posed for the camera with his arms flexed. The other man in the photo was much younger than her father. He was bare-chested and proudly displayed his muscles. Young Sam was dressed in casual wear. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. She stood plainly in the center of the photo. She looked displeased. It was an unusual picture. Oh, that guy? That's my older brother. Really? He and my dad liked to bodybuild at one point. This was taken when I went with my dad to visit my brother in California for his wedding. Your brother was married at the time? Yep. I see, he looks so young in this photo. He's 5 years my senior. He had gone to California to study when he was 19, and not long after he called and told us he was getting married. From his last Christmas card, I think he and his wife are on to their 4th child now. That's impressive. Do you have siblings? No, I'm an only child. Ah, I see. Do you get lonely without your brother around? Not really. He teased me a lot when I was a child. He called me names like Bucktooth Billy. There was one time he set fireworks off in the house and blamed it on me. Clearly, I was my parents' favorite child. We bickered a lot as children. I guess we didn't bond much in part because of our age difference. I think that's nice though. I didn't have anyone like that growing up. It was just my mother and father. I'm not sure about a brother, but I always thought having an older sister would be nice. Is that so? You'd make a lovely younger sister, I'm sure. Eh? Sam showed me more of her photos. There were a number of photos of herself as a child. She seemed like a happy child who liked to sing and dance. A white toothy smile could be seen in all her baby photos. Sam must have been quite an endearing child to her parents, and a sweet sister to her brother. When I see her smile like that, I could feel that Sam came from a loving family. When I think about my own childhood photos, I wasn't as cute or as photogenic as Sam. Usually the camera flash would catch me with wide open eyes and a stiff expression, much like an animal in the headlights. My father liked to take a lot of photos when I was a child. After he passed away, there weren't many photos taken of me with my mother. My father's camera was kept in a storage box somewhere. Thinking about it made me feel a little sad. It was heartwarming to see that Sam treasured her family photos. I noticed one particular photo. It was larger than all the other photos she had. It was framed and hung on the wall. Is that your mom? It's an old picture. You have to show me your pictures next time for it to be even, alright? Oh no, they're too embarrassing. Hey, that's not fair. I want to see you as a baby too. I continued chatting with Sam about our childhood while we waited. Time seemed languid. I didn't feel tired at all. Earlier, when I was with Sam at the disco, it was so loud and busy. I couldn't really talk in depth with Sam. When we talked here at her place, there was something about Sam that reminded me of an old school friend. The way we could talk frankly without having to show face was refreshing. With coworkers or even relatives, meeting someone always involved showing proper respect and courtesy. It also involved a bit of showboating of one's education and wealth as well. It was strange. This time I shared with Sam. I had misjudged Sam earlier. I shouldn't let my prejudices influence my judgment of another person's character. We seek meaning in our lives one way or another. That's just life for anyone and everyone in this city. Wait, let me charge my phone. Charging phone. Okay. When I was with Sam like this, I felt at ease. It was as if I was visiting a cousin's home despite this being our second meeting. There were some times when I turned away, I caught her glance. There was an odd feeling. I didn't know how to explain it. This awkward tension between us. I noticed sometimes her hand would brush lightly against mine when we were next to each other. She leaned in close to talk. I noticed her eyes looked for my reaction whenever she made a funny quip or a compliment. I felt as if I stayed here longer, something more. Oh, huh? I've completely forgotten about the time. Can I borrow your phone? Yes, of course. It's next to the television. I'll stop the record. 1 second. Thanks. I had forgotten to let my mother know that I would be late coming home. Oh God, her mom's gonna yell at her so much. I wanted for her to at least not be waiting up for me. I made her worry the other night. I dialed my own number with Sam's rotary phone. I should know my own phone number by heart, but my fingers felt clumsy. I kept misdialing. I eventually dialed the correct number. The line connected right away. Hello? Mother? I'm phoning to let you know. Yes, I'm on my way home. No, it won't be long. Please don't worry about me and rest. I know it's very late. I just want to let you know I'm all right. Huh? No, nothing of the sort. Something came up. Where am I? I'm just at work. It's been a busy day. I had something to eat, so please, you don't have to wait for me. I'll be home as soon as I can. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll take a taxi home. Bye. I ended the call in a hurry. There was a suspicious tone in my mother's voice. When she had her doubts, she would persist to question me. I had to cut the conversation short. I couldn't tell her that I went to a pub with Sam. That would set off 1,000 more questions. My mother associated pubs with degenerate behavior. Even if I didn't do anything bad, she would assume that I did. Welcome back, Elite Trainer. I was not that kind of person. Why does she have to make me feel guilty about every little thing? You finished your call? Yes. Why did you lie to your mother about being at work? There's nothing you need to hide. Eh? Why were you listening in? I just overheard. It's easier to explain to my mother that I'm at work instead of whatever happened earlier. The disco? You could tell her you were with a friend, eating late night snacks and having a chat. She won't believe that. My mother is a traditional type. Anything past 10 p.m. is considered late for her. So relatable for me because they still think this. I kind of also okay, never mind. I don't want to rant right now. If she knew I went to a disco, she'd jump to the conclusion that I was out doing something else. Really? Is it so wrong to be out late? It's not wrong. It's just for my mother. She thinks it's not appropriate to be out late as a woman. This part not relatable. She associates any nightlife with bad behavior. I wouldn't want her to misunderstand. I see. Your mother must be worried about you. I can send you back now if you want. You can pick up the shirt from me another day. I can take care of it. It shouldn't be long now, right? I've already been a bother to you. You could have had a good time in the disco instead if it wasn't for me. No, you don't need to keep saying that. I had a good time with you. I have to be honest with you. I might just be one of the bad girls your mother warned you about. No, it was a new experience for me. And I didn't mean to say that you're bad. I never meant it that way. You're different. You're independent. You're cool. You can do anything you want. You're not like that. Really? You think too highly of me. I think you're a charming person, Michelle. Much more than you know yourself. Michelle, I enjoyed being with you. Can I see you again? Why is the music so ominous? Sure. Sam, you can... Really? I'm glad to hear that. I want to get to know you more, Michelle. Oh, it's not ominous. It's just slow. I like what you have to say. I want to hear more of your thoughts and what you feel. The way you express yourself is pretty. Michelle, you are a pretty girl, you know? Huh? The way you are. Like this. Sam. Sam stepped forward towards me. I could feel the temperature rising in the room. Was it her body heat or my own? I wasn't sure. I closed my eyes and turned away. I couldn't bear to look at Sam in the eye. The stare was hypnotizing. It made me feel weak, as if I was going to buckle over. Oh my god! Oh my god! Sam was standing over me. Michelle, look at me. Sam. Oh my god! She leaned forward and pressed her lips on mine. In the warm light of an incandescent lamp, we shared a gentle, quiet kiss. I stood in a daze. My sensibilities were shocked. I never experienced something quite like this. I didn't know how to respond to her touch. I put my mental attention to anything that wasn't Sam's bodily contact. I heard muffled voices from above. The upstairs neighbors seemed to be talking on the balcony. I smelled something savory. Delicious smells wafted in from the open window. Someone next door was about to have a midnight snack. Somewhere in the distance a dog was barking. It was so lively at this hour, I thought. Even then, it was still enough that I could hear the drip-drop of water from Sam's kitchen faucet. The sound of my own beating heart was loud in my ears. She smelled of a sweet fragrance. The balcony window that I leaned against felt cool. Her body that leaned against mine was warm. Sam's lips were soft. I gasped for air. I had forgotten to breathe for an entire minute. I opened my eyes to the same studio apartment. I didn't fall asleep and dream. Sam was standing before me. She brushed back the hair covering my face and looked into my eyes. Her touch was gentle and warm. I heard her whisper my name softly. There was a slow hesitation between us. I was at a loss for words. What was I supposed to feel? Everything was so sudden. Sam looked dreamy, almost wistful. She closed her eyes again. Sam put her hand around my waist. She leaned in again. Her body pushed against mine. She pressed her lips against mine with more weight than last. I felt the pressure from her knee between my thighs. This was getting dangerous! I broke away from her kiss. Michelle. Sam. I have to go. Michelle! I felt flushed from head to toe. My face was hot. I could not say anything more to Sam, much less look at her in the eye. I froze up. My flight or fight reflexes took over. I had to get away. I pushed Sam aside and quickly gathered my belongings. I left her apartment in a hurry. There was no time to wait for the elevator. I walked down the fire exit, and as soon as I was on the street level, I hailed a cab to take me home. It didn't take long for me to flag a taxi down. I didn't realize until I was in the car that I was still wearing Sam's blouse and that my own was probably drying in the laundromat. I just wanted to get home and get some rest. I would have to find a way to deal with this another time. At that moment, I couldn't even think clearly. I never experienced such a thing before, much less with another woman. I couldn't believe it. The taxi made the turn onto Argyle and out of the Montauk district. The lights, the sounds, the people. It was too much for me. I put my hand on my lips. Sam, why did you have to kiss me like that? Oh my God. I think her mom's gonna be like, why are you in a different shirt? And you're late. You're back so late. After such a long day, I arrived back home. I couldn't believe what I'd been through today. I caught my own reflection in the mirror by the doorway entrance. I looked disheveled. My hair was frizzy, the foundation on my face had rubbed out, and the dark circles that formed under my eyes were so horribly apparent. I was so tired. I needed to get out of Sam's shirt right away and wash up for bed. I tiptoed my way down the hall corridor. My mother would be upset if she knew I got back at this hour. I called my mother earlier, so she should be rest assured that I was all right and on the way home. The lights were off when I arrived home. She must have gone to bed already. There was no way she would stay up this late for me. I sighed. I had only a few hours to rest before I have to be up again for work. This was all her fault. I was about to step into my room successfully unnoticed when I heard the sound of my mother's bedroom door. My mother stepped out. Uh-oh. She didn't greet me at first, though her expression had said enough. Why are you home so late? I told you I was going to be late. Things kept happening at work. So much for you to come back in the early morning? Why is your shirt like that? Like what? It's so wrinkled. It's been a long day, that's all. I'm sorry. You didn't have to wait for me to come back. I told you I would be late. I put your meal in the fridge. You can save it for your lunch tomorrow. Thank you. I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Good night. Oh, what is it? I called your workplace and they said you left early today. Oh no! We got caught! You should hurry up to bed. You have work tomorrow. You can't go to work looking like this. Oh, okay. My mother returned to her bedroom as quietly as she came. It took a few moments for me to regain my composure. Her cold demeanor and curt statements caught me unguarded. My mother had the ability to send feelings of guilt and fear deep into my spine. I didn't really want to hear what she thought of me coming home late. I don't know why it was always like this with my mother. Her care and concern had always been so much where it could be controlling. I know she loves me very much and only worries for my well-being. Guess whose mom is this? No! No, my mom is not. Wait, is your mom like this? Hello, Abufo. No, my mom is not like that. My mom wouldn't. But my mom would blow up my phone, yes. But my mom wouldn't be like that. I know she has been lonely. I love my mother. Sometimes I just want her to let me be my own person. How could I have told her that I was with another woman? And Sam, what a weird person. I let myself get caught up in her games and such a thing happened. Hello, welcome, Funtime Freddy Kichiko Fazbear, welcome. I better get myself cleaned up and put this night behind me. I couldn't let a person I just met change the life that I've worked so hard to build up. I had to get myself out of this weird shirt and put myself to bed. At least her mom didn't notice that her shirt was different. She just noticed that it was wrinkly. Okay. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the kiss. I've never seen my mother and father kiss. In movies, it was always between a man and a woman. How could Sam just kiss me like that? I felt embarrassed and hot just thinking about it. Sam really did kiss me, right? She walked towards me, and she used her body to push me against the balcony window. Her body was warm. I remember the cool touch of the window on my back and that of Sam's jade necklace on my neck. The old-fashioned stone pendant of Sam's glided down my neck and my collarbone when she leaned in towards me. Sam put her lips on mine. She pressed her lips on mine tightly. The kiss felt like it lasted for an eternity. When she finally pulled away, I was left breathless. Sam was so brazen. She didn't hesitate at all to go in for another kiss. The second time, she even parted my lips with her tongue. Ugh. I remember making a weird sound. I felt so embarrassed. I still couldn't believe it. I never imagined that I would kiss someone like that. Sam, what have you done? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Wait. I have BRB. Oh, well, I put it on BRB screen. Hold on. Bathroom time. Actually, let me drink some water. Ugh. At the end of the night, I did not get a wink of sleep. My legs were sore. My eyes were swollen. How was I going to get myself to work like this? I laid on the bed ruminating over thoughts of calling in sick. But I better not. If I missed work, I would trouble my coworkers and give myself a harder time at work the next day. And I'm sure if I stayed at home, my mother would give me a long lecture on how irresponsible I was to skip work. I didn't want to have one-on-one confrontation with my mother again if I didn't have to. I know she'll try to bring up what happened last night if I did. I have to force myself to get up soon. I looked at my clock again. I had some time to spare. I chose to keep my eyes closed for a bit longer. Briar, wow, what an Asian society. Yes, it's very Asian society. And yes, what's up, 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂💄💄💄💄 This is 1980s Hong Kong. If you it is in the title, I think. But yeah, it's 1980s Hong Kong. Beep, 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 beep. I groaned. I reasoned to myself that I could stay in bed for another 5 minutes if I ate while walking to the station. Beep, 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 beep. 5 more minutes. I'll make up the time by running up the escalators. 1 more minute. Oh no, I was gonna be late. I was able to get out of bed in the end. My morning commute was a terrible rush. I made it to work just barely on time, which was late, considering that I usually arrive early. There was already a stack of faxes and documents waiting on my desk for me to process. Today was going to be a long day. Hey, Michelle! Hello, you there? Oh, still there. What is it, Joey? You looked like you were in a trance. Are you alright? I'm just a little tired. There's quite a lot of work for me to do this morning. Oh yeah? You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Are you gonna get lunch soon? I see you often go to that nearby eatery. Is it good? Not yet. I have a few more documents I want to push through. You work too much. You need to take a break or you're gonna exhaust yourself. I know. You look so pale. Did you eat this morning? No, I was running a bit late, so I skipped breakfast. What? How can you not eat at all? It happens sometimes. Okay, we're getting lunch. Now? Yes, or else you'll pass out. I brought lunch today. What? If you're tired, you need to eat something fresh and hot. You sound like my mother. Really good, because I care. Come on, let's get some grub. It's like skipping breakfast and lunch is unheard of. How dare they skip a meal? I brought Joey to my usual lunchtime haunt. I liked this place as it was conveniently close to the office and reasonably priced. What will you order? I usually get the BBQ pork rice. I'll get that. Excuse me, miss? We'll get 2 orders of BBQ pork rice. 2 orders of BBQ pork rice coming right up. Wait! Actually, make that just 1. I'll get the fishball soup instead. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, 1 order of BBQ pork rice and 1 order of fishball soup. Thank you. Soup so light. It's sufficient. If it suits you. Though if you're tired, you should eat something meatier. Time to do that in Mandarin. No! My Mandarin is terrible! My sister has anemia and she gets dizzy spells very easily when she doesn't eat enough. You have to eat more pork and beef if you're anemic. Is that so? That's too bad for your sister. Yes, my mother makes her goji berry and red date soup. Good for women, she says. Stinky herbs. Stinky herbal soups. I can have her make some extra for you. Oh, there's no need for that. I just didn't get enough sleep last night. I'll be sure to eat a balanced diet. Alright, good. Hey, tell me. It's a little personal, but do you mind if I ask you something? What is it? A fellow in my department wanted to know if there was someone you liked. Well? Why are you asking, big nosy butthead? Why do you ask? I was just asking for a coworker. Okay. I know it was too personal. You know, your reports are quite popular among my colleagues. No? It's just data. I don't understand why it's so popular. No, you. You're always with Mrs. Tam. Well, I'm Mrs. Tam's personal assistant. That's why you're quite an enigma for the rest of the office. An enigma? I don't think I'm a mysterious person. Alright, then answer me another question. It's a simple one. What? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do outside of work? I like to read and listen to music. You know, ordinary things. That's great. What kind of books do you like? Nothing in particular. I can read any book. What are you reading right now? I'm reading this wuxia novel. Oh, that's interesting. I read them lots when I was in my teens. Hey, don't you think I got the brows of a kung fu superstar? What? My mother says I'm handsome enough to be an actor. If this guy was written as a potential love interest, I'm so not into him. I think he's like he wants to date her, but definitely he's not like there's only one love interest and it's Sam. But she said studying was more important. So that's why I have glasses and became an accountant. That's not how you get glasses! I see, that's quite logical advice. Do you think she was right? She has a point. It's tough to make it as a film star. I guess so. My mother was right in the end. I don't think I could work anywhere as an actor outside of Hong Kong. What do you mean by that? You don't think about immigrating? I haven't yet. You should start thinking about it. They signed the papers. You think things will be the same? I don't know. I can't imagine things would change that much. Are you thinking about leaving Hong Kong for good? I plan on it. I went to college in America. It's not bad. The roads and houses are huge. Everything, including the food proportions, are bigger. My dream is to own a big house with a big yard and raise a family. I see that's quite an admirable dream. So why didn't you stay in America after finishing your studies? This conversation is staler than a porn star. This is just like the conversations you have with a colleague. Oh, my mother wanted me to come back and find a wife in Hong Kong first. What the hell? I see. You majored in English, right? It won't be too big of a change for you to live in America. What the hell, number 2? I'm not sure about that. The food came out shortly. Joey seemed to be an intelligent guy. He was tall. His appearance was neat. He wore an expensive brand of wristwatch. It looks new. The silver on the band still had a bright shine. He probably came from a good and caring family. I'm sure he is the beloved and cherished son of the family. His mother and father must be proud of him. I watched him dig into his meal. There was something about the way he ate the BBQ pork rice. And the way the sheen of pork fat shone off his lips. It wasn't much at all similar to Shan's. I got up from my seat quickly. I just remembered I haven't sent off my morning report to my supervisor yet. I had always had them done before lunch. How tired must I be to let that slip my mind? You're done eating already. Yes, I want to head back to the office to finish my work. You're so gung-ho to work. That's great. Wait for me. I'll finish up too. Intelligent guy because he was tall, neat, and had an expensive watch. I guess it's implied he's intelligent from previous meetings in the... I don't know. After an intensive day at my desk, I managed to finish my work on time. I packed up my things and clocked out. That day, I decided to go straight home. I might put on a movie after dinner to relax. Regardless, it would be an early night at home for me. I was happy it was finally the weekend. It had been a long and tiring week. I wanted to take it easy for the next few days. All because of a broken shoe. Such a sequence of events had transpired. By fluke, the shoe broke and became unwearable. But now that it's fixed, the shoe will carry out its purpose until it eventually wears out and becomes unwearable again. Until then, the shoe has no need to be repaired by a shoe cobbler. In the same way, a healthy person doesn't need to be seen by a doctor. And likewise, I didn't have any reason to see her. Of course, I watched the movie that I bought from her, not because it was her suggestion, but because I had already bought a copy. It would be a waste to set it aside and let it collect dust in my room. I had looked into the film. It received a few accolades at the time of its release. I wanted to see it for its own cultural merit. I watched the movie. The main character, she struggled every moment in the film to be accepted as an equal in society. She struggled until everything was taken away from her. Everything she did almost felt like it was done in vain. It was a very depressing movie. Sam, what did you think after watching this film? I stopped the tape and rewound it to the beginning. Saturday was a day that I have time to tidy up my room and prepare for the next week. I had done my laundry in the morning and finished sorting everything into its proper place. There was one item that did not have its proper place, however. I still had Sam's shirt that I borrowed that day. I pondered on what I should do with it. I thought against hanging it up in my closet. Having it would be an eyesore reminder of that strange night I spent with her. Tossing it out would be too heartless. She still had my blouse. I wouldn't want her to toss out my blouse. It was Italian silk. I don't know about Sam's cotton shirt, but mine had monetary value. I hope she didn't throw away a perfectly good shirt. I should get back my blouse and give this shirt back to her. That'll make us even. And we won't have anything more between us after that. Oh, that's a cute outfit. Mother, I'm going out today. You're going out? Who are you meeting? I'm meeting a friend. A friend? Yes, a high school classmate. Where are you meeting? Just at the markets in 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏. We'll look around there and have lunch nearby. The skirt you're wearing is so short. And white color. Anyone can easily see a white underwear. What? Who thinks of these things? Mother. No. You should change into pants if you're going out alone. It's fine, Mother. Are you weaning? We got a kiss, and then we were freaked out by the kiss. It's dangerous, especially in such a busy place. Everyone dresses like this on a hot day. Really. I'm not going far, and I'm not planning to be out long anyway. When will you come home? I don't know. I'll be home by dinner time. Okay. Make sure to come home earlier. I'll make your favorite fish maw soup. Alright, I can't wait to have it. I'll be back home soon. Bye-bye. I lied to my mother again. It wasn't anything. The truth would confuse and trouble her. My mother raised me quite strictly. It wasn't until after I had finished high school that she eased up about me going out to meet with friends. Yeesh! Oh, couldn't meet with friends until after high school. In the past, she had to curry fishball tasty. Yeah, she had curry fish. The character had curry fishball earlier, and then she spilled it on her shirt, and that led to awkward events and kissing. In the past, she had to vet and approve who I was seeing before she let me leave through the door. So for me to explain to her, someone like Sam, it was obvious I had to alter the truth. She would be concerned if she knew I had met her just by chance in 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏. And she would be bewildered if she knew I had gone with her to a pub. I would not even know where to begin with my mother if I had to explain the nature of our relationship. Little things such as celebrity gossip and drama were a consternation to my conservative mother. How could she even process the concept of two girls being in such a relationship? It wasn't related to me, of course, but for my mother, the concept of it doesn't even exist in her mind. Such a thing would fall under the category of perverse and abnormal behavior for her and anyone else in proper society. If I told my mother what kind of person Sam was, she would go into temporary shock and then barrage me with 100 other questions after she revived. No matter, what I told my mother was a small lie. I was going to the market. It was a weekend after all. The weather was beautiful and clear. It was warm but not overly sweltering. There was a light breeze in the air. For such a beautiful summer day, I should go out and enjoy what the city has to offer. My plan was to go to Sam's store, drop off her old shirt, and hopefully reclaim the blouse that I had left with her. And then I would be off on my own merry way. I would have squared up whatever I had left to do with Sam. I could do anything I want after that. Maybe I would go shopping. The most important thing was getting my blouse back. That was my plan. Oh, it's daytime. I had forgotten how busy the market gets on the weekend. With the weekend crowds, it took a considerable effort to locate Sam's little video stall. I remember I had gotten myself lost in this area the other night. I made one wrong turn and gave myself quite a fright. I couldn't believe it. It looked like any other market street during the day. There were so many people out and about. All the stores were open. It was hardly eerie. Now what street was Sam's store on again? When I arrived at her store, I found that the gate panels were shuttered. The store was closed. Did she step out for a break? I looked closely and saw a note stuck on the shop panel. It said the store won't be open today. I half expected that this would happen. I wasn't too surprised. Sam seemed like a person who let go of her business on the busiest day of the week. But really, today of all days, I couldn't believe it. Was she always leaving her store in the middle of the day like this? What should I do? I came all this way. I didn't want to come here again if I could avoid it. Should I go to her apartment? But how would I know that she would be home? Could I locate her apartment if I tried? It wasn't too far from here, but all the buildings and streets looked so similar. And the neighborhood looked completely different at night compared to the day. No, I barely know her. I shouldn't go knocking on her door unannounced. But I stood on the sidewalk, contemplating. I got strange looks from people in this area. I felt uncomfortable. Sam's store was not exactly in the best area in town. I should go. There was no point in waiting around here. I would have to write off my blouse as a loss. I started my way back towards the train station when I felt the hand of someone slap my back quite hard. Ow. I turned around. I was upset. I had no patience to be accosted today. What is it? Huh? Hey, it's Michelle, right? It was that bar owner, Cecilia. She had a pair of oversized sunglasses on her face and dressed in bright, flamboyant colors. If she did not have such a signature way of styling herself, I wouldn't have recognized her so easily on sight. Oh, welcome back, Reaper. Welcome. Hold on. Adjusting my headphones. Yes, Cecilia? The other night you and Samantha left so early. I didn't get a chance to see you on the dance floor. Sorry about that. So, did something happen between you two that night? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? You don't know. Samantha was acting odd yesterday. I guess nothing happened after all. Well, whatever. You're meeting Samantha here, right? No, I was just in the area. Oh, why do you have to always be so coy? Dressed up like that? Like what? A white skirt? Who are you fooling? Well, it's too bad you met me instead. I'm also looking for Samantha. I need one more person to play bird with me later. Well, don't ask me. I don't have any idea where she is. Do you play Mahjong? No, I don't. What? You're joking. I'm not. You should try. We have Mahjong nights at my house every Tuesday. I'm busy. Talking to you is like talking to a brick wall sometimes. I'm only answering frankly. I don't get you. Alright. If you don't know where Samantha is either, I'm gonna call her. I'm not gonna waste time waiting around. Cecilia walked over to a phone booth and dialed a number from memory. She didn't seem to wait long before hanging up. She's still not picking up. Good thing I got her a pager. She's always so difficult to get a hold of. If she's not picking up, she's probably out. I'll leave her a message. Cecilia dialed another number and left a brief message with the operator. She walked back to me and proceeded to take out a large ringette of keys from her jacket pocket. Cecilia sorted through the set of keys until she found a small silver one that she used to unlock Sam's store gates. She pulled the gates halfway up and gestured me to go inside. Okay, she should get the message soon. Just wait a bit longer for her. She's usually good about answering messages. I was actually about to leave. After I went out of my way to help you? I've already waited long enough. I'm going now. I didn't make plans to meet her anyway. Why do you act like this? I really don't understand. What? If you're going to do something, then do it. Don't back out halfway. Huh? Are you gonna wait in or not? Inside the store. Well, are you gonna swat on the street? Well, no, of course not. Then step inside. I followed Cecilia into Sam's store. It seemed like Cecilia won't let me go unless I conceded to her. I'm surprised that you have the key to the store. Wasn't it Sam's store? I had ownership of this place before the lease got transferred to her. I kept the spare key. You never know when it might come in handy. Aren't you glad that I ran into you? I didn't actually need to meet her, I just have something to give back to her. Yeah, I already told her to meet you here. Sit, go put on a movie for yourself. You know, this reminds me. A long time ago, Sam showed up to my bar one day and asked for a job. What a character. She wouldn't get out of my face until she got something out of me. That's how we first met, by the way. Did you give her the job? No way. She wasn't even old enough to work at a bar then. Really? Haha. Typical troubled youth. Don't worry, I straightened her out with the proper job at the record store. It was a side business of mine at the time. Every day she would show up to work with an attitude, and then she would have to give me sass by talking back to me. What a stubborn kid, she never listened to my advice. I can't believe it's been 10 years already. This place used to be that record store. The laserdisc on this shelf used to be vinyls. Vinyls? That wall over there used to display the cassette tapes. Time really goes by quickly. Well, you can see she turned this place into a video store now. She finds a way to make things work out somehow. That's her. I see. You seem to know Sam well. Of course. We go way back. I've known her long enough, we might as well be real sisters. Enough thinking about the past. I have to get going. Here, take the spare key. If she's somehow a no-show today, just lock the store back up and throw the key into the mailbox. You're gonna leave me here? If you don't mind. I have dim sum brunch plans. I have to get going now. What? Wait a minute. I'm not gonna wait all day for someone I don't even know that well. I only came here to get back something I left with her. You know, sometimes you think you have it figured out, and that you have all the time in the world to act. But sometimes things don't always go the way you want. What you desire the most can slip out of your hands suddenly and without warning. But, what are you saying? I honestly don't like someone who is wishy-washy about things. They complain when things go wrong, but they have no right to complain if they've been sitting on their hands the entire time. I don't understand why Samantha is Why am I rambling to you? Let me ask this clearly. Are you pursuing Samantha? Huh? Are you? Dot. I just have some business with her. To be successful, you have to take the initiative. Don't be afraid to take matters into your own hands. I know that. Pride is important, but there are other things to consider as well. I'm sure you'll understand this someday. Ciao. Oh, there she goes. Cecilia walked away in a huff. She seemed agitated about something. I saw her get in a cab, and she disappeared out of my sight as quickly as she came. I was left alone in Sam's video store. I got the gist of what Cecilia was saying to me. Was she actually trying to help me, or was she just antagonizing me? I didn't understand why she had to bring it up. I looked outside. No sign of Sam. I walked back into the store and took a seat on the folding chair that Sam had left out. I didn't understand why someone like Cecilia would trust me with the key to Sam's store. I glanced around the empty shop. I suppose there wasn't much for anyone to steal. I checked my watch. I'll give it half an hour. I didn't want to wait any longer than I have already. If I didn't meet Sam today, I suppose I could leave the shirt I borrowed from her in the store. I washed it and had the consideration to bring it back to her. At least I won't owe her anything anymore. As time went by, a few people had knocked on the half-open gate and inquired if the store was open. I had to inform them to come back another day. There was a good number of missed opportunities for sales. Such inconsistency must not be good for business, I thought to myself. I waited. I had read through every movie title she had in her store, though none of them had really caught my interest. I turned on her television. Sam had left a movie in the VHS player. I watched a part of it. It was almost near the end. It was a black and white Japanese film about a young woman who was pressured by everyone in her family to marry. After much resistance, she eventually decides on marrying an older, widowed man. That's how the film ends. I glanced at my watch again. It was about time I got going. I put down the bag containing Sam's shirt on the counter. I turned off the television and the lights, and I stepped out of the store. I pulled the gates all the way back down. With a click of the lock and a plunk of the key thrown into the tin mailbox, so ends my short run as a shopkeeper. Perhaps I'll return to this post again someday. Just kidding. As I was about to leave, I heard a voice call out to me. "Michelle!" I looked behind me. It was her. It was unmistakably Sam. I recognized her quickly. She was waving her arms at me from across the street. She wore a jean jacket with matching jean shorts. Her jacket looked bulky and heavy, while her shorts looked thin and ragged. Judging by the length of her shorts, I knew clearly that Sam was not a person who was shy to show leg. Has she no shame? I couldn't get why she was like this. Sam could be feminine one day, boyish another, and something in between the next. I could never pin down her style. Something about it made me feel irritated that she could be so free like this. Sam was smiling. She shouted my name again, pronouncing it loudly to the open streets. I had already acknowledged her with a slight head nod. There was no need for me to yell back to her. I waited for Sam to be next to me before I replied her. Sam jogged lightly towards me. She skipped across the traffic, nearly causing an accident. Sam ought to be more careful. There was some sweat on her brow. She looked out of breath, as if she was in a hurry today. I saw that Sam was holding a bike helmet and a large bouquet of flowers. What? It's really Michelle. The cat came back. Sam, were you looking for me? Don't pout, okay? I'm here. I'm not pouting. You really gave me trouble looking for you. Well, you found me. I came to give back your shirt. I left it on the store counter. Thank you. I forgot all about it. How'd you get in the store, though? I ran into your friend Cecilia on the way here. She had let me into your shop. It's locked back up now. I put the spare key in the mailbox. I heard a little from her message. Huh, that's strange. I didn't know she had a spare key. Well, that's something you have to sort with her. Can I get back the shirt I left with you at the cleaners? You picked it up, right? Of course I did. Can you get it for me? I'm sorry, I have to be somewhere soon. Can I grab it for you later? I have to get going. It's an important day for me. I promise I'll give it back after. Oh, okay. Sam had her own plans too, huh? I was not surprised. It was a beautiful, sunny Saturday. I should have expected that she had her own plans and people to meet. It's not like we were friends. We were barely acquaintances. But I couldn't help feeling a little bit inquisitive. What's with the big bouquet of flowers in your hands? This? It's for a special lady. Oh. I would have gotten you a bouquet too if I had known I was going to see you today. Huh? No, I don't care for flowers. Would you like to meet her, Michelle? What? No, I'm going now. Are you coming, after coming all the way to meet me? Since you're here, I want to introduce you to her. Is it your dead mom or something? Come with me. No, Sam, I have plans already. That's too bad. I'm heading to 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒒. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒒? Yeah, it's a lovely day to be by the ocean. If you can, I'd be happy if you come with. I don't really... It'll be fun. Let me grab a spare helmet. A helmet? I'm taking a scooter. The scooter like a motorbike? Yes, of course. That's dangerous! Why do you need something like that? You can take a bus everywhere in the city. Well, sometimes I need something to help me move stuff around. It has a hefty compartment box for storage, and it has pretty good fuel economy. I would say it's no more dangerous than a minibus. They say they keep to the speed limits, but you know how fast they can be. You have a point. I always feel like I'm gonna fly out the door when I'm on the minibus. See? So you'll be coming along then? I don't know. I have some plans in the evening. I see. Will it take long? No, just the afternoon. I'll come. But only if you promise that you give me back my blouse. Of course. And that you'll bring me back home by nightfall. No worries about that. Okay. Alright then, let's go. Somehow I had let myself get caught up in her pace again. A part of me was a tiny bit curious to know where Sam was going. It had been a long time since I went on a leisure trip with someone. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 is close by. It's not much further than my commute to Hong Kong Island for work. I decided to go and come back. And that'll be it between us. Sam brought out her scooter from around the corner and had me ride on the back seat. She went into her store and grabbed a helmet for me. I put the helmet on and gingerly put my arms around Sam's waist. She started up the bike with a jolt. Her small bike navigated the city streets with ease. We turned onto the highway and within minutes, we put the high-rise buildings behind us. I held tightly onto Sam. It wasn't for me to feel close to her, but I held onto her waist as tight as possible for safety's sake. It was my first time on a bike like this. If I knew I would be on a bike today, I would have never worn a skirt. It was so breezy. I didn't like it. Sam seemed comfortable sitting in front. She could put her feet flat down on the scooter and sit up straight. The footrest for the passenger seat of the bike was too far back for my feet. I had to lean forward and straddle the seat with my thighs to keep myself from sliding off. I didn't like that my bare legs touched Sam's. I felt consciously sticky. It was a humid summer day. And despite what Sam said about the minibus, no matter how fast they went, at least a bus had a protective metal cage forming a barrier between the human body and that of a speeding roadway. You're holding me so tightly. You don't have to be so scared. You're going too fast. I thought you said this thing was slow. I never said that. It's taking so much. Are you sure you're going at the speed limit? I am. I'll slow down a bit for the corner ahead. Just lean in towards me. But what? Ah! You almost flipped the bike! You're exaggerating. What is this old thing? It's not old, it's actually brand new. Can't you drive something safer? It's safe. Let me get off at the next stop. Bus stop. I'll get there myself. Come on, Michelle. Just focus on the view. Look, on your right. You can see the ocean now. I can't see anything with your hair in my face. Oh, let's make a pit stop then. Quickly. Sam pulled over onto the road shoulder and made an abrupt stop. I took off the helmet and I cautiously looked out. Oh, so pretty. Pretty sea. Pretty art. The sight of the ocean glowing with sunlight was certainly dazzling. It was a gorgeous day. The wind against us was pleasant. I could hear the sounds of boats in the distance. Sam stepped off her bike and gestured for me to take her hand. I was about to get off the bike to get a better view of the ocean when a minibus whipped past us and nearly knocked the both of us off balance. Such feelings of amazement quickly dissipated into the wind. Let's keep going. It's a little dangerous to stop here. Sam started up the bike again. She continued riding along the road above the ocean. It was cooler here than in the city. As we continued down the road, there was less and less traffic. I felt more comfortable without the curious glances from other drivers. However, I couldn't feel completely at ease. Sam's bike leaned dangerously too close to the road for my comfort. I resumed the brace position and buried myself into Sam's back again. It's better to maintain a low center of gravity for safety's sake, I thought. I swore I heard Sam laugh, though it could have been my imagination. The sound of the motor was loud. Sam's long hair was blowing into my face with the wind against us. It was hard to see anything without her wavy hair covering up her helmet visor. The heat of the summer sun brought out the smell of Sam's hair. The shampoo Sam used had a familiar scent. Had it been the brand I used before? The image of my best friend from high school floated into my mind. Why was that? That's right. My friend used a similar scented shampoo. I haven't thought about her in so long. She was the kind of girl who was always so clingy. She liked to link arms with me whenever we went, so what her shampoo was something I without a doubt recognized. It was an unforgettable, sweet and floral scent. A nostalgic feeling of our high school days sprung forth and welled up in my heart. I had seen her less and less since I graduated high school. The last time I saw her was at her wedding banquet last year. I haven't seen her since then. That's just how it is sometimes when your life takes a different course from another's. Everyone is busy with their own life. Is she happy? Is she doing well? I wondered. I looked up from Sam's shoulder and towards the shimmering waves in the distance. From the bottom of my heart, I wished her happiness. We're almost there now. Are you doing okay? Sam rode past the town and continued up the mountain road. She did not stop until after she had pulled into the entrance of a cemetery site. She parked her bike on the side of the road and gestured for me to hop off. We're here. It's not the place you expect to be on a summer weekend, but today is a special day for me to be here. I see. Let's walk up. It's just at the top of the hill. I followed after Sam. The stone path leading us up the hill was uneven. We walked up the steps carefully. It was quite a climb. I could see a little bit of the ocean as we climbed up the mountainside. The vegetation along the path was dense. There were clearings along the stone path that led to other family shrines and tombs. The air was hot and heavy in its place. I couldn't feel much wind. Places like this always have such an atmosphere. My father's grave was also up on a hill. This reminded me. I hadn't gone with my mother to visit my father's grave for Qingming festival this year. I was on a business trip abroad with my boss for an international conference. I tried to imagine my mother walking up similar stone steps with the festival crowds. My mother is getting older. It must have been difficult for her to carry flowers, food offerings, and incense by herself to my father's grave. My mother insisted that I go on that trip and not pass off any other opportunities at work. I wondered if that was truly what she wanted me to do as her daughter. I looked towards Sam. She walked ahead of me on the narrow stone steps. Her back gave an answer of silence. I made a note to myself that I shouldn't accept any invitations for travel next year, around the time of the festival. We kept climbing the stone steps. We eventually reached a clearing at the top of the hill. I knew that Sam's father was there. I saw that Sam's father was there waiting. He waved for us to join him. What? What was the voice again? You're late. I've been waiting for you. I'm late because you forgot to bring the flowers. Scolding your old father. You're just like your mother. Oh, you're the girl with those broken fiores. Kayan, you're friends with her now? Yes, that's right. Friends with a rough girl like you? Well, now that you're here, I'm going to get the washing water. Oh, they're gonna wash the grave and keep it clean. Michelle, this is my mother's grave. Today would be her birthday anniversary. I see. I'm sorry I don't have anything to offer but my condolences. It's alright, I wanted to bring you here. She'll be happy with your warm thoughts. She passed away due to illness when I was in primary school. I'm sorry to hear that. You were so young. It must have been difficult for you and your family. It's just one of those unfortunate things that happen in life. My father had died in a car accident when I was in high school. I don't mean to trivialize your situation. I just want to say I understand how painful it is to lose a parent. I'm sorry to hear that about your father. It's okay, it happened years ago. Time sure flies for those in the world of the living. It does. No matter what happens, we have to keep going. Yes. Sam set the flower she had in her hands down on her mother's tombstone. She and her father worked to clean and wash away the dirt and dust that have accumulated over the grave since their last visit. Incense was lit, and a woody smell filled the air. I watched them burn offerings and quietly pay their respects to their departed family member. I lit a joss stick and prayed a small prayer as well. My heart felt heavy. Michelle? You're crying. Are you alright? Oh, I am. Tissue? I haven't cried over the death of my father since I was in high school. Memories that I had with him came into my mind for the first time in many years. Perhaps it was a combination of the incense smoke in my eyes and that of Sam's words that have touched my heart. I thought of Sam's mother too. I imagined a scene of her in a hospital bed with a young Sam by her side. How painful it must have been for her as a child to cope with all that was happening. I looked at the photo on the tomb. Sam's mother is a beautiful woman. Sam is a spitting image of her mother, though I see she got her smile from her father. She and her father are both cheerful and upbeat people. I wonder what Sam's mother was like. I'm sure she was a kind and gentle mother. That's why Sam is the way she is. Whatever life you live, whoever you are, death will be an inevitable fact of life. Sometimes death will come and rob from us someone that we love suddenly and without warning. Those in the world of the living just have to carry on. Someday, my mother, Sam, everyone I know, will pass from this world to the next. How lonely is life when it's viewed from this frame of mind? My father, would he be proud of me? My life kept moving forward year after year, yet he remained in my memory. Would I forget him entirely one day? Here, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me to this special place of yours. Thanks for coming with. Don't be saddened. We have to live each day with pride and integrity. To be good and decent people. That's what will make our parents and ancestors proud, I think. Rituals are important, but sometimes there are more to let those left on this side heal and carry on. Yes. Sam said these words with wistfulness. She stared at her mother's photo. She seemed lost in her own thoughts. Sam was smiling softly, but there was a loneliness in her expression. I stood in silence with Sam until the last incense stick burned out. It was Sam's father who broke the silence. Kaya and I'm heading back first. We're not having lunch in 𝑺𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒕�c together. No, you girls enjoy yourself. I'm going ahead to meet my old friends. Oh, okay. Hello, Briar, man. Where are you from? Branch, don't you know I'm from Malaysia? Welcome again, Branch. Weren't you here before, though? Nice to meet you again, young lady. Thank you for having me here, Mr. Wong. Okay, bye-bye, you girls be safe. Let's have lunch in 𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒕�c then. It'll be good to get some fresh air by the sea before we go. Okay. We walked back down the hill. The air felt lighter again, yet there was something that still weighed heavily in my heart. It was a dreary and lonely feeling. I wasn't sure what it was. I got back onto Sam's bike and hid my face behind her back. I didn't want her to see my teary-eyed face. My mother had always said that it was ugly to cry. That's so mean! I took her words to heart. Even from a young age, I never liked to cry in front of others. And at this moment, I especially did not want Sam to see me crying like this. But I couldn't help it this time. The tears kept trickling out of my eyes. I haven't cried in so long. I guess my tear ducts felt it was due time to just let it all out. Sam didn't say anything, though I'm sure she must have felt the patch of wet tears soaking through the clothes on her back. She started up her bike and we rode onwards. I had to collect myself. There was no reason for me to feel sad or upset. I didn't come here with Sam to feel sentimental. I cried so much. I should eat something to restore my salt balance. I'll eat something quickly with her and have her take me home. That was the plan. It was a short ride to the seaside fishing town of 𝒂𝒏. Sam parked her bike near the ocean promenade. We stepped off to the backdrop of shimmering ocean waves, and we took a leisurely stroll along the water. There were people lining up to buy fresh seafood from the fishmongers docked at the piers. The area was bustling with activity. Everyone seemed to be in a cheery mood today. It felt as if we had gone to a faraway place together. When you're in 𝒂𝒏, you have to have seafood. Is that so? Of course. Have you been around here often? No, not often. I think the last time I came here was maybe in junior school with my parents. I see. My mother's ancestral home is in a village around here, so I've come around here in the past. The village? Yes, she's of Hakka descent. Me too! Oh, there are a lot of Hakka villages in 𝒂𝒏, right? Yes, though many of them sit empty now as more people have moved into the city. I see, that's too bad. It seems like a peaceful place to be. The changing economy causes people to move. It's not anything new. Migration has always been a part of our culture. It's part of survival. Still, it's sad to see an empty village. Culture and identity can live on one way or another as long as we don't forget our roots. And that's true. Where's your ancestral home? My mother is Toishanese and my father is Teochew. I don't know much about my ancestors. My parents don't like to talk about it. A lot of things were lost after the war, and all the things happening then. Shameful to say, I've never visited my father's or my mother's village home. I don't even know where it is. I see. That's alright, you shouldn't feel ashamed. Their legacy lives on through you. You're a beautiful combination of their heritage. You know, my mother wasn't very much a traditionalist. I can't say I'm really close to her side of the family. Is that so? Yes, she left the village when she was young and found work in a theater company. Hakka women have a lot of expectations from their family, so what she did was quite shocking. You could say she was quite modern for her time. That's incredible. I look up to my mother. My father too, they're strong people. Sam. My dad's side is Teochew, so we have something in common, right Michelle? That's right. Ah, there's a place here with delicious Teochew oyster congee we can try. Toishanese, yes. Eh? You don't like seafood? I don't mind it. Oysters are high in cholesterol. You have to be careful not to eat too much. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Why don't we get something to eat? We can take a look around the town after that. We came all the way here. We should make the most out of today. Okay. Sam let me pass a pier and into the town. She navigated the small streets with ease. It was a lively summer day. The town streets were busy with people shopping and eating. Would a video store hold its own here? It was a question I asked myself. After a few turns left and right, Sam brought me to a small cedar seafood restaurant quite away from the waterfront. It was already busy, so we were seated at a table outside. The sun was high and bright upon us. It was warm. I felt my own sweat drip down my neck. For the first time this season, I felt that it was truly summer. This restaurant is much beloved by the locals. They're known for their fried pissing shrimp. Mantis shrimp. Same thing. Isn't that something with even more cholesterol compared to oyster? Well, we're here. It's a place known for their seafood specialties. Why don't we try it? Have you tried it before? I haven't. I saw that the restaurants by the pier have it too. We didn't have to walk all the way into town then. Trust me, it's really good here. Alright, I'll try it. Let's order. We sipped on iced tea while waiting. I noticed that people seemed more relaxed here. I saw some people sitting outside, simply enjoying a cool drink in the shade. Friendly reminder to shave. Okay, thank you. I'll shave. Things move slowly. Oh, wait, I already read that. It didn't take long for food to come out, though. I was about to take a bite when I felt something wet touch my leg. What? Something touched my leg? Sam! What? Huh? Oh, it's just a cat. Hey, little kitty, are you hungry? Meow meow, come here. Oh my god, it's so cute, it's a cute little cat. A calico cat was sitting underneath the table. Sam was petting the cat casually, without concern. Don't touch it. Why not? She's a stray. So what? Look, she's so friendly. Come on, reach out your hand. She wants your attention. Don't be mean to her. Alright, alright. What should I do? Pet her? Yes. Scratch her cheeks. Okay. Oh, she's purring. She's rubbing against me. Keep petting her. Ah, she's kinda cute. Why don't you give her a piece of shrimp? Beat the cat. I fed the cat a piece of shrimp. The cat took the piece, oh my god! The piece of shrimp in its mouth and then scurried off. Aww. Oh, she ran away. It's like that sometimes. The cat appealed to my emotions and manipulated it for her benefit. What's that? Don't be sad, she'll come and play with you again. I'm not sad. Aw, don't mind. Let's eat while the food is still hot. Alright. How's the food? It's delicious. Right? Oh, here comes the fish. Huh? That's a whole steamed fish! How many dishes did you order? 5? That's way too much for the 2 of us. You said you never really ate seafood here before. Don't worry, it's on me. I want you to try it. That's a lot of calories. Dilute it with the rice. That's not how it works. How about we feed the leftovers to the stray cats? No! Don't lure them to me. I'm just kidding. Let's just enjoy the meal. We can worry about the leftovers later. Okay. Somehow we were able to finish the meal. We walked slowly back to the waterfront. We ate so much, my waistband felt tight. Sam yawned and casually stretched her arms into the air. The warm sun made me feel sleepy. I refrained from yawning and crossed my arms. I had to keep up appearances in front of Sam. Sam was taking it too easy, I felt. Couldn't she notice the tension I had with her? I had a clear agenda. I wanted my blouse back. I had intended to let Sam know today that I wasn't going to see her again. There was no longer any reason to see her once I got back my blouse. But after this and that, I had ended up spending nearly half the day with her. Once we arrived back at the pier, I planned to have her take me home. I didn't forget that Sam suddenly kissed me the other day. I didn't understand how Sam could act so cool and nonchalant about it. She was kind and friendly, and she smiled at me no differently than before. Did she not feel affected by it? We made one final visit to the pier. We leaned against the metal railings and watched the boats come and go. There was a slowness in today. The sun was still high up in the sky, but even the fishermen had to eventually pack up for the day. We started our walk back to where Sam had parked her bike. It was about time for me to confront Sam. Would you like to head back now? Or is there something else you wanted to see? I want to go. I was going to say it when a sign had caught my eye. What's the sign about? Stargazing and summer camping tour. What's that? Ah! There's a few camping sites around here where you can see the stars quite clearly. Really? This close to Hong Kong? Yep, just over the other side of the mountains. On a good night you can see the whole Milky Way. It's absolutely beautiful. I've seen it only a few times. It's really an unforgettable sight. Really? No way, I don't believe you. We're so close to the city. Can you really see it with all the city lights nearby? You can. Are you interested in seeing it? I've never seen the constellations before with my own eyes. Growing up in the city, it's hard to see much in the sky besides buildings and towers. There's always the planetarium. It's not really the same. Alright, why don't we go have a look? Huh? I can't. It's too far. It's not that far away, just a little hike. I'm not dressed for hiking, and I didn't prepare anything for it. Don't worry, it's an easy walk. Let me buy some snacks and drinks from the corner mark and we can go. I don't think I should. I wanted Sam to tell me her intentions. I didn't want to talk about it, but I couldn't leave such a big issue hanging between us. I wanted to know more than anything what she thought about it. I wish I could say this to Sam, but I couldn't spit out the words. The other night, I was too forward. I apologize. I understand, I get it if you feel uncomfortable around me. Sam, I still want to be with you more, talk to you more, and learn more about you. It doesn't have to be today, it can be another time. Would that be alright with you? For a moment, I sensed there was a vulnerability in Sam. I didn't know how she could always read what I was thinking. Sam seemed sincere. It wasn't anything to look at. It wasn't anything to look at the stars or something. I doubted that the stars could be seen like that so easily. I was curious. I've lived here all my life and I never heard about any stargazing here. A part of me wanted to prove her wrong. Won't we be out too late if we have to wait for the stars? The sun sets around 8 p.m. How does that work for you? Then it's alright. As long as it's not too far and not too late, okay? You said you would be back by dinner! Okay. We got back on Sam's bike and she took the road that led further into the country. The road became less and less paved and more rocky as we went. She stopped at what appeared to be a trailhead, took for a hiking path into the mountains. We can't take the bike any further, but it's not too far a walk from here. Are you comfortable in your shoes? I'm fine. Okay. It's just a bit further. We walked on a dirt path that cuts through the mountain. It was the height of summer. I missed some parts. Did both No. You basically didn't miss much. They're just basically going to see the stars as friends. It was height of summer. The chirping of the birds was loud. As I walked, dirt got into my shoes. Walking itself wasn't uncomfortable, but the rocky path made scratches and marks on the white leather of my shoes. Aw, man. Oh well, it was nothing to be upset about. I looked at Sam. She still wore her thick jean jacket. She was sweating quite profusely. Oh, there she does it again. She was wiping the sweat off her brow with her hands. That was a bad habit to have. Dirt and dead skin from her hands could clog and enlarge her facial pores. People with good skin should cherish it. I passed my handkerchief to Sam. She passed it back without using it. Suit herself. I wiped my own sweat from my neck. We kept walking and walking. I wasn't exactly sure where Sam was taking us. There was no view other than shrubs and trees. The trail eventually took us through the woods and up onto the grassy mountain hills. There was an incline in our walk. Thankfully, it didn't take long to reach the plateau. I saw nestled below the foothills was a secluded ocean cove. There was a stone path ahead leading down to the beach. I felt the salty sea breeze from the top of the hill. It was pleasant. The sky appeared much bluer and wider here. It seemed as if the horizon stretched into eternity. I stared into the endless blue. My head was spinning. The height made me feel dizzy. Sam tapped lightly on my shoulder. I might have been swallowed up by the sky had Sam not been so grounded on her feet. Drink some water. We're just about there. You'll feel better in the shade below. Okay. We descended down the stone steps. We had finally arrived at our destination. We made it! Ah, I'm so sweaty. I hate humidity! How are you making out? Tired? I'm good. I can't believe you hardly broke a sweat. Are you even human? I perspire normally, I think. Is that so? I'm going to help myself to the soft drinks. Which one would you like? I'll have the same one you're having. Coke then. Okay. It's beautiful here. Yes. I'm surprised not a lot of people are here. We're at a secret spot. I used to come here and to some of the beaches further out with my family. We used to stay past sunset and make bonfires. Is that so? Yep. I never did such a recreational thing with my family. It's pretty fun. What kind of things did you do on the beach with them? Lots of things. We ate snacks, played cards, swam, fished, and of course watched the stars. It's too bad we don't have a tent today. We could sleep outside with it. You know, the crabs come out at night and pinch you all over if we sleep on the beach. Really? That sounds exciting in its own way. Not really, it hurts. Let's make a spot for ourselves in the shade over there. I'm about to burn up in the sun. Ah, wait, Sam. What is it? A cool pack. I got it from the convenience store earlier. For me? Yes. I'll put it on the back of your neck. Oh. Is it okay if I touch your hair? Go ahead, I don't mind. Thank you, it feels nice. Your skin is quite red now. It's going to peel if you let it burn like this. You need to take care of yourself more, you know? You must be hot in your jacket. Michelle. Sam, could you take it off? Huh? There's people around though. What? I mean for the bug spray. I got it at the convenience store too. I'll spray it on you. Oh! It's okay. You can use it for yourself. I don't need it. You don't need it? In this subtropical climate. I'll take my chances. I don't like the sticky feeling of bug spray. I rarely get mosquito bites anyway. So you're one of those people. Well, don't ask for my no pico if you get bit. Your no pico. This itch cream. I always have it with me. Just in case. You never know with mosquito and bug bites. Not sponsored. Oh, Michelle, you're really prepared for the day. I always get a bad reaction from mosquito bites. It's for my own sake. I didn't bring it specifically for today. I mean, you're the one who should be more prepared. You don't even think about putting on bug repellent when we're outside for so long. Okay, I'll put it on. I won't want to attract any more bugs to us. Could I bother you to apply it for me? Sure. I'll help spray your back too. I'm fine for now. I already sprayed myself earlier. Maybe in a couple hours. I got the concentrated spray, but it says to apply every 5 hours. Really? Does it mean I have to spray it again later? Of course. Let's not forget about the sunscreen too. Huh? Don't tell me you didn't apply sunscreen. I forgot. Well, I have some in my bag if you want to borrow it too. When it's 30 SPF, you have to apply every 2 hours. That's amazing, Michelle. Your bag is like Doraemeow's magic pocket. We found a little spot for us to sit in the shade. The sea breeze was cool and the sand was warm under our feet. We positioned ourselves to look out towards the sea. The water was such a beautiful azure blue today. The sound of the ocean waves and rustling leaves was soothing to my ears. I could sit here and look at this for 10,000 years, I thought. We ate up our convenience store snacks during the time we were waiting. I had let Sam pick and choose the snacks as it was her idea to begin with. Sam liked crunchy and spicy snacks like flavored chips and shrimp crackers. I liked chewy and savory snacks like jerky and biscuits with filling. I noticed more and more that we weren't compatible in any sense. But despite this, we had passed the entire day together without the strain or tension that I had expected. We could make light conversation or just quietly admire the view. It didn't really seem to matter to us. Whatever we did, the sun eventually made its way down the horizon. Time passed at a paradoxical rate whenever I was with Sam. It would neither be too fast nor too slow. It always moved at its own pace, never as intended. I had almost failed to notice when the sky turned a vivid pink at sunset. Despite the troubles that I had within my heart, I could not deny that the sunset tonight was simply sublime. Sam. What is it? I forgot to mention. I watched that movie I got from you the other day. Oh, how did you find it? It's interesting. It's different from other movies I've watched. I see. Did you like it? I liked it. I'm glad. It's a pretty heavy movie to watch, I have to say. Yes, it was cruel that it had to end like that. Yes, it was a sad ending. And it's even more terrible to know that the real actress experienced something similar in her life and was met with her own tragedy. Really? And so sad. And it makes me angry. What wasn't more done to protect her? How could such a thing happen even after making such a film? It was a horrific thing. But we can't speak on her behalf or for her experiences. What happened to her is not something we could ever fully understand. It's not always a matter of strength and mental resolve. Alright, you Reaper. I know. That's why we have to be sensitive and empathetic, even when others aren't. We have to be hopeful. I like to think things are a little better now than they were then. Rowan left a spectacular legacy, but we can't forget her tragedy. The messages of the film still apply to today's society. It's not easy to change people's perceptions. I think so. But thinking like that is so sad. Is it? I don't know. I mean, it's better now, right? It's not like in the past where women couldn't go to school and to work. It might have been difficult in the 1930s, but it shouldn't be so hard to live freely anymore, right? Now I think there's only something you can answer. That's... This conversation got quite serious, didn't it? No, I wanted to ask you about it too. I see. I've been thinking about the messages in these old films. We watch them so detached from the people who made them. How could they feel if they knew people 50 years later would still be watching them and discussing them? We see a beautiful face, but we'll never know what was happening behind the screen. Are we expecting Ruan by keeping her films and watching them, even if those films might have been produced during the most painful moments of her life? It's not disrespectful. I think, as long as you make an effort to try and understand the person, I think the person will be happy knowing that you made an effort to keep them in your memory. I don't think the person will want you to turn away from them, but it's still something complicated. There's no right answer, I think. That's right. We shouldn't forget. We shouldn't turn it away. We need to understand it so we don't make the same mistakes again. That's right. I think you're a thoughtful person, Sam. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. You really think so? I was afraid I gave you the wrong impression. No, I really appreciate you coming out with me today. It's fine. I didn't have much planned today anyway. I'm happy to see the stars with you. It's nice that we can talk frankly. I enjoy spending time with you like this. The sun should be setting soon. Will we really see the stars from here? Yes, just wait patiently. I'm in again for a few. Got to go. Well, we got a kiss earlier, a few hours ago, and now we're seeing the stars together, but as friends. The sun had finally begun to dip beneath the horizon. As it grew darker, stars started filling the sky, appearing one after another. What's that one? It's such a bright star. That one is called Vega. Vega. It's one of the stars that form the summer triangle. You see the other two stars there. So that's Vega and that's Altair with Deneb over there. Oh, I see it. I know that story. The star-crossed lovers, the cowherd and the weaver girl. That reminds me, the Seven Sisters Festival is in August sometime, right? That's right. This year it's on August 12th. Really? People celebrate the Western Valentine's Day nowadays. I never really know the date of the festival. I understand. It's nice to be on the receiving end for chocolates and flowers. Nowadays, I suppose it isn't so pertinent to be praying to the gods for a good husband and a fertile marriage. Tell that to my mother. She's worried that I'll become a spinster if I don't try harder to get married. But I'm sure she'll have even more complaints once I start dating. She's thinking of your best interests, I'm sure. Romance should be taken lightheartedly. I know. My dad is still holding on to the thought that I would get married someday. Is that so? You're not planning on getting married? Well, even if I find the right person, I'm not sure I can. I see. How about you, Michelle? Eh? I haven't thought about it yet. My mother has a lot of expectations of what kind of person I should marry. He has to be older, wealthier, taller. He should have prominent chin and a square forehead. His lips shouldn't be too big, and his eyebrows shouldn't be too thin. She really cares about the feng shui of someone's face. I don't know why she even believes in such things. That's quite a laundry list. You're a wonderful person, Michelle. I'm sure you won't have trouble finding someone like that. You'd make a beautiful bride someday. I don't have the time right now to care for that. I'm so busy with work. I see. Well, if you ever feel you need a little spiritual help, There's a temple in the new territories that's dedicated to the 7 sister deities. It's not too far from here. It's one of the few temples that still celebrate the festival. If you pray there, you'll be guaranteed to find your love. Really, I don't really believe in that superstitious stuff. And I think such prayers aren't necessary these days. There's more to life than getting married. Career and personal growth is important too. You think so? You're such a modern woman, Michelle. Well, there's already so much to do. You know, I heard from someone that if you leave a bag of toiletries as an offering at the day of the festival, you'll be granted smooth and unblemished skin for the rest of your life. What? I don't believe that. When did these legends get so specific? Wasn't it supposed to be needlework and fruit offerings? You made that one up, didn't you? My beautiful skin can attest. Uh-huh. I don't believe you. You can go to the temple on the day of the festival and see for yourself. I don't wanna. For something so trivial, there's no need to bother the gods about it. Trivial, huh? My, Michelle, you must be popular. No, I mean, I agree with what you mean. You have to take matters of love into your own hands. You can't be afraid to fall in love first. You'll get hurt if you think that way. It's better than waiting or giving up on it entirely. You're brave. I'm not sure if I can do the same. I wouldn't say that I'm brave. I just want to be myself, that's all. I think you're a brave person, Michelle. When you speak your mind, I find it quite attractive. Don't be flustered. I mean it. Please be honest with me. Sam, what about that big bright star over there? Do you know what that one is? Oh, that one? I think that's Antares, the heart of the scorpion. Antares, the heart of the scorpion. You seem to know a lot about this. I like astronomy and astrology. Is that so? Astrology, like star signs. Yeah. What's your sign? I don't know. What does it go by? Date of birth. I see. Tell me. What? Your birthday. Why? So I can tell you your sign? I don't believe in those things. It's harmless fun. Alright. It's February 16th. Ah, you're an Aquarius. Makes sense. Huh? What's your sign then? Capricorn. They're highly compatible with Aquarius signs. Is that so? No, I made that up just now. Compatibility is all about how you try to understand each other, don't you think? Of course, I didn't think for a second that star signs mattered. Huh? But you never know. What? Alright, how about your lunar zodiac sign? What is it? Tell me, please. Rabbit. Oh, next year you will be your year then. You'll be turning either 24 or 36. You're reaching a big milestone. There'll be challenges in the year coming for you. That's why I didn't want to tell you. So you're 35 then? I thought you'd be younger than me. I'm 23. What's your zodiac? I'm older than you. That's all you have to know. I want to know. Okay. I was born in the year of the dog. Dog. Rat. Ox. Tiger. Rabbit. Dragon. No, it doesn't immediately go to dog. Isn't it like... Dog is like one of the very last ones. Then you're 33. I think your zodiac order is not quite right. Eh? I'll look it up later. You're so cute, Michelle. Alright, I'll tell you. My age is not a secret. I'm 27. Oh. Oh? What do you mean by oh? I thought you would be this age. Really? You're mature and knowledgeable on a lot of things. You're also open-minded and adventurous. I like that about you. Michelle, will we really be able to see the Milky Way from here? It depends. Sometimes it's quite visible, but other times we might have to wait till midnight for it to be dark enough to see. See, you want to head back now? You mentioned you had to go by nightfall. Not yet. It's fine. Can I stay out a little longer with you? Is that okay? Okay. The whole day had passed, and Sam hadn't brought up the issue of our relationship. I couldn't bring myself to ask Sam directly about it. Doing that would mean I had to confront my own feelings towards Sam. Sam was once again stoic behind a smile. I couldn't guess what she was feeling. It was as if the clock had been reset to the first day I met Sam. It wasn't bad that it was like this. Still, I knew it wasn't fair to have Sam wait with me for so long just to see the stars. I'm not usually one to have requests, but that night I really wanted to see it. If I could catch a glimpse of the Milky Way with my own eyes, I felt that I would know. I would know how small we were as individuals in the universe, and how much smaller the things that concern us must be. I wanted to understand this feeling. I wanted to confirm that it was tangible and real. We waited, and we waited. We waited for the bands of nebula clouds and star clusters to appear in the night sky, but they continued to elude us. I knew they existed regardless of my observation, but I needed to ascertain it with my own eyes. Sometime between dusk and twilight, I drifted into a deep slumber. I dreamed a strange dream. It was a scene that played out in my memory so many times since that day. I was in my high school classroom. It was the first day back to school after summer break. I was chatting with my classmates before the start of afternoon classes. I was about to tell them the story of my summer trip to Taiwan when I was called to step out of the classroom. There had been someone who urgently needed to see me, but instead of being my mother waiting to see me like it was in my memory, it was Sam in her red dress. She gestured for me to follow her. It was strange, as if I was put in a trance. I followed her out of the school without question. I sat beside Sam on the bike, and she drove it to some distant place in the countryside. We got off the bike, and then we walked along one of the mountain paths. Day wore on into the night. When we had reached into the mountain plateau, Sam suddenly ran ahead of me. I started to follow. However, I quickly lost sight of her. I did my best to chase after her, through the thickets of trees and bushes. I was running blindly, and before I could realize, I slipped and lost my footing. I tumbled down a cliffside. I did not feel pain. In fact, I seemed to be in free fall. It was quite a surreal experience, falling in a dark void. I eventually hit a bottom and landed in a pool of water. It seemed to be the ocean. The briny smell was strong. The water felt cold and heavy. I could not see anything. It was so dark. It was as if I was sinking deeper and deeper into the watery depths. A heavy weight pressed against me. My chest felt tight. I thought I was going to drown. There was a suffocating realness to this dream. I was frightened. I struggled and struggled to swim to the surface. I couldn't fight whatever force that was pulling me down. Everything became black. I must have passed out. When I came to, I found that instead of sinking deeper into the water, I found myself floating upwards. It was as if I was drifting toward the celestial plane. I struggled to get myself grounded, but I had no control over my trajectory. I closed my eyes. I felt oddly at peace floating upwards like this. I was resigned to thinking that I would be forever lost in the cosmos when I heard a voice call out to me. I opened my voice to find myself afloat in silvery water. The water was cool. It had a clear, transparent quality to it, but I couldn't make out a bottom to its depths. From a distance, I saw the light of a lantern coming towards me. What the? Who's that? Who's that? It was a woman I did not know. She wore an orange robe with flowing sleeves. She rowed her small wooden boat towards me. The red lantern perched on the boat illuminated her figure, but her face was quite obscured. I saw that her makeup was an older style, but I could not place a period. The woman gestured for me to get on her boat. I recalled her saying that she could help me find my way back home. Strangely, I didn't hesitate. I didn't feel any ill intent from her. I climbed onto the boat. The woman had me sit at the front of the rowboat. She stood on the back and steered the boat. The boat glided along the still water quietly. We seemed to have traversed a far distance in the darkness. The only guiding lights were the distant stars above. The woman did not say anything more to me when I was on the boat. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the oar pushing water. I couldn't make out the woman's expression. She had an air of quiet dignity and an imposing presence. I was afraid to cross her unknowingly. I was scared, but I didn't feel that she was someone harmful. Something about her seemed familiar. I couldn't place why. Though the temperature of the water and our surroundings felt cold, she gave me a warm feeling. The dark night didn't seem so terrifying anymore. The light of the stars grew brighter as we journeyed onward. The night was beautiful. The night sky was beautiful, I remembered thinking to myself. Eventually, we neared land. I saw a sandy beach nestled in a mountain cove from a distance. It seemed familiar, like a place from recent memory. As we got closer and closer to land, I saw there was someone at the shore waiting for me. It had been Sam. Was waiting there for me all along. As I was about to step off the boat, the woman said something to me. I remember it distinctly. She had a sweet and gentle voice. She sang to me a poem from a song I recall hearing a long time ago. The spring breeze blows. The young swallow's tail makes ripples on the water. The little waves dash away the reflection of the lotus flower. Perhaps in still water, the swallow will see her own reflection and take flight towards the new moon. My mind was clouded. I could not understand her words. I turned to face her. She spoke to me again in plain language. Young lady, haven't you realized yet? The summer that you remember had ended long ago. You have to wake up from this dream and take your first step forward. I stepped off the boat, and when I looked back, she was already gone. There was no boat, no lantern. There were no traces of the woman. All I saw was the ocean, the beach, and Sam before me, and I woke up from my dream. Michelle, did you fall asleep? Michelle? It was dark when I woke up. I couldn't make out any lights in the sky or much of anything else before me. The sound of the ocean waves told me I was still on the beach. I couldn't see where Sam was. I felt a cold chill run through my spine. It was unnerving to be alone in the dark like this. Ah, Sam, where are you? I'm here. I felt her hand on my shoulder. She had been next to me the whole time. Are you all right? You look scared. I had a strange dream. I was afraid you left. And leave you alone here in the dark? I don't know. Oh. Tired? No. I didn't mean to fall asleep. No worries, you weren't out long. Really? It's so dark now. Huh? Is it still not dark enough? We can't see any more stars now compared to earlier. The clouds had rolled in. Some nights are like that. Oh. Disappointed? No. It's getting late now. I think we should go. If we stay any longer, we're gonna get eaten alive by mosquitoes. I see. We have a bit of a walk back to the bike. Hold on to my hand, all right? The walk back from the beach wasn't too far, but I wished in my heart that it was just a bit further. It wasn't that I absolutely had to see the stars. I could go to the planetarium any time to see them if I really wanted to. It was just a bit further. I think I see where the bike is. Michelle? Wait, Sam. What is it? Sam, look up. The clouds opened up a rift in the sky, and we were able to see it. The streaks of spiraling stars and stardust that formed the arms of the Milky Way appeared in the night sky above us. The cluster of starry light shone brightly for us in this temporal moment. We gazed at it, as long as we could. I knew it would only be a short moment, for the clouds would soon cover the sky once again, and returning the night to a plain darkness. But we saw it. We actually saw it, and it was stunning. I looked over to Sam. She was looking up to the sky. Her eyes were wide with awe. She was smiling from ear to ear. My heart swelled up with an unknown joy. My chest felt tight, as if my heart was going to burst. It was a heavy feeling, a cathartic release of emotions. It was almost frightening. I reached out for Sam's hand in the darkness. She gently squeezed my hand back. I felt reassured that I was here on the same plane with her, and that we were living witnesses of this night. Beautiful. It really is. It's tremendous to see stars like this with your own eyes. There's so many more stars in the night sky that I could have imagined. Yes, it was quite a sight. I haven't seen a night sky quite like this before. I'm really glad we got to see it. Thank you for bringing me here. I had a good time coming here. It'd be nice to see it again. Sam. Michelle. I'll always treasure this moment. Thank you, Sam. Me too, Michelle. We rode on Sam's bike back to the city. On the winding mountain road in the twilight hours of the night, it felt as if we were the only people in the world. I held tightly onto Sam. Our dust-filled shoes flung out sand into the careless wind. Her hair smelled like the sun and the sea. Our moment together felt like a dream. I wasn't dreaming though. I was in the real world. Time moved forward without bias, and soon the city lights came into view. I thought the road back was short. Today felt as if I had gone to another country with Sam. Had the city always been so close? The city lights shone so brightly from the distance, much brighter than the light of the stars. The road was smooth. We quickly entered the freeway. The city lights got closer and closer. I could almost grasp the light in my hands. I saw in the distance the city that we call home. It was a city that never sleeps. The city lights always shine so brightly, they never allowed the sky to rest. Even in the midnight hours, the sky was greenish blue from the city lights. It was never pitch black like the way it was when I was on the beach. The city lights were many and bright. They shroud us from seeing the stars that were just above us, but I don't dislike them for that. Each shining light in the city served as beacons to the rest of the universe, saying loudly that we were here. We were here, and we existed in this moment. They were a sign of how many people were out there trying to make their claim to this place we call home. Sam and I were just one of the many. No matter what becomes of us, the city lights and the stars above will keep on shining. What transpired tonight might ultimately have no effect on the fate of the universe, but something significant to me. I held on to Sam more tightly. I felt insecure. Cars and other vehicles sped by us as we entered the urban landscape. Though we were no longer alone on the road, our journey was its own. I could hear the sounds of the city clearly now. There were sounds of traffic. The sounds of vehicle engines, car horns, and the audible crossing signal was unavoidable anywhere in Hong Kong. As we entered the city proper, I could hear the sound of people chatting on the sidewalks, and the sound of music playing in the near distance. The city was still bustling at this midnight hour. My heart felt pain. We weren't going as fast anymore on the bike, but it felt as if we were accelerating out of control towards something too unknown and abstract. It was such a heavy feeling. A part of me wanted to hit the brakes on this. Another part of me wanted to keep going, further and further. Why did I have to feel like this? I thought. Sam looked over her shoulder to me at the next traffic stop. I couldn't make out the expression in her eyes. All I saw was my own reflection in her helmet. It was well past midnight, and for the first time, I thought to myself that I didn't want to go home. Where's your home, Michelle? It's by Kowloon City. Okay, I'll drop you off. I can bring your shirt to you another time. That's right. I almost forgot about it. The pedestrian signal was counting down. The light was about to change. Sam took her foot off the road and back on the bike. I felt the forward momentum of the bike slowly inching ahead. Sam tightened her grip on the throttle. I should tell her before it was too late to turn back. Sam? You don't have to take me back home. I want to go back with you. What? Michelle. It had been quite late already. It was much past the time I should have been home. I didn't have any ulterior motives to be here. I just didn't want to go home yet. I wanted to say this to Sam, but I couldn't find the words to articulate this. I looked over to Sam. She acted cool and casual, as if such a scene had played out before her 100 times already. I didn't like that. It's been a long day. Want me to put on a movie? If you're hungry, we can get something to eat. There's still a lot of late-night eateries open here. A midnight snack would be fun. There's wonton noodles, there's dim sum, there's BBQ, and let's not forget about Da Lang. Just name it. Sam, I'm not hungry. Oh. I looked around her place. It was hard to look at Sam in the eye for some reason. I saw a familiar blouse hanging by her bed. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Here's your blouse. Sam handed me my blouse. It was neatly pressed. No stain or damage could be found. It's lucky it didn't stain at all, right? Sam looked over to me. Her eyes seemed to search for a response. We had spent the whole day together, yet this was the first time I had looked deeply into her eyes. I couldn't endure her gaze that seemed to look through me. I turned away. I had no words to say. Sam turned her back to me and walked over to the balcony. She opened the door and stepped out. I felt the night air fill the room. Sam seemed to be searching for something in the night sky. I didn't know what. The neon lights outside covered Sam in vivid reds. I stood apart in the blue dim room. The distance between us was only a room's length, but the dividing line was all too apparent. I felt incredibly lonely like this. You can't see a single star from here, but occasionally you can see airplanes flying in and out of Kai Tak. There is something about seeing a plane taking off that makes you want to go somewhere. Sometimes when I see a plane in the night sky, I imagine myself sitting on that plane. I'm looking down on the city from the window seat of the plane, 1,000 feet up in the air. The cabin lights turn off, and I lean back, rest assured I'll be somewhere far away after a night's sleep. Do you feel that way sometimes? I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I shared the same feeling with Sam. I tried to imagine the same scene that Sam had described, that I was up in the air inside the airplane, looking out the window at the city lights below. Where was I going? I didn't have an answer for myself. There wasn't a specific place that came to mind where I wanted to travel. I searched for an answer in my heart. I wanted to go somewhere. It didn't matter so much where. What I wanted was to go somewhere, with someone at my side. I stepped towards Sam. What I was searching for wasn't something that could be found outside her window. It wasn't something that could be seen in the sky either. I reached out towards Sam. I hoped that she could answer me. Sam? Michelle? Sam, how do you feel about me? Michelle? Forget it. It's nothing. I like you. What do you mean? I would like us to be more than this. More? I don't understand. How could two women, if it's something possible with you, it's impossible. We're both, I just think, Michelle, look at me. Michelle, don't tell me what you think, but rather how you feel. Feel? I feel like you're an old friend. They're easy to talk to, and you always have something interesting to say. I like that about you. Michelle, what am I to you? Eh? When we kissed last time, did you feel it to be wrong? Kissed. It did, but it didn't. I can't tell you. Then, if we kissed again, would it be alright? Sam, I don't know. I had a really good day with you. Michelle, you're a charming person. I want to be with you more. I want to get to know you more. I have a good feeling just from being with you today. I want to go somewhere again with you and talk with you more. If you don't mind, I want to kiss you again. I want to be someone close to you. I want to hold you and touch you. Sam, please, this is too much. I can't. You can't? I don't know. I never felt this way before. My heart is pounding so fast. I don't know what to do with it. Michelle, Sam, may I? Are they gonna kiss again? Wait. In the same place where we had shared our first kiss, I found myself again, face to face with Sam. This time, there were hardly any sounds outside to disturb us, nor there were any smells from a neighbor's cooking to distract us. Even if there was something, I didn't pay it any heed. My attention was to the person before me. It was just the two of us, together again in this lonely hour. My back leaned against the cool glass of the balcony window. Sam's warm body pressed against mine. She deepened her kiss and I followed. I wanted time. What did I come to? You come in during the kissing scene, Abenawar. I wanted time to pause and let us be like this for a bit longer. I wanted to take in this moment slowly, so I wouldn't forget. When I broke free from her kiss, Sam held her arms around me gently. I looked into her eyes. Michelle, I want to show you my feelings. More than this. Sam, please, just kissing is already enough for me. Michelle, are you scared? I'm not. Then, can I kiss you again? Sam. Oh no, they're kissing! We kissed with passion. It didn't stop Sam. I couldn't. I couldn't deny that I wanted to understand this feeling that I had with Sam, even though my logical being said I should push her away. It shouldn't be like this, I thought. It shouldn't be like this at all. But against all reason, I tightened my embrace. I held Sam closer. I couldn't explain to myself why. Why tonight, of all nights, I could go further with her. Dot 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 dot. Whatever will be, until the sun rises. Okay, wait. Let's save. I think that's a great place to leave it off. We'll leave it off on a cliffhanger after they have spent the night together. I'm just gonna say that this game has an adult patch to it with apparently nudity. I did not install that because of stream reasons. So if you're excited about this game and you want to see steamy romance scenes, get this game and get the adult patch probably. But only if you're an adult. Only if you're an adult. Little kids don't watch this. You can watch the stream, but not the adult version. Enjoy in free time. Exactly. But yeah, it's been like 4 hours. I should go. Wait, I'm not sure how long there is more to it. Let me Google real quick. Summers and game length. It's 7 to 8 hours. Okay. So we're probably like halfway through the game. Thank you for stream. Thank you guys for coming. I know it's been a while. It's like a big long game. But yeah. Alright. Let me just find the how many people are here. Otsu. Yeah, Otsu. Thank you. Wait, should we raid someone? Always like, should we raid someone? Let's see who's online first. Let's see. Oh, Cupcon is on. Not many people are watching Cupcon. We can raid Cupcon. Cupcake Condor. Because we have a collab this weekend with Cupcake Conjurer. General Cupcake it is. Yeah. We have a collab with her on Saturday anyway. Let's go. Alright. General is on? Yeah, General is on. Yeah, let's go. Let's go invade General. Alright. Alright, let's go. I'm sending you out to the world. Goodbye.